Call this meeting to order. Confirmation of the agenda that the Council of the Township of North Huron hereby accept the agenda for January 27th, 2020 budget meeting as presented. Do I have a mover? I have Kevin and I have Rick. All in favor? Carries. Disclosure of pecuniary interest. Seeing none, we'll move on. This is the 2020 draft budget meeting and I'm going to hand it over to Donna.
Thank you, Reeve. Thank you, everyone, for coming out to our budget meeting today. So this is our first pass through. I'm going to give you a bit of a highlights, and then we're going to begin with Sean today. We're going to aim for, see how far we get around 4 o'clock. We'll check the time at 4 and then see if it's either, we could be fairly well through it. We'll do a couple more or maybe we'll take it, that's where we'll stop. We'll see how we are doing at 4. So, of course, we're always chasing dollars. There's me running around looking for every dollar that we can find. And I just want to give you a bit of an overview about the budget process. So there's 4 stages to the budget process. There's planning and budgeting, implementation, monitoring, and evaluation. So in the planning stage, the budget's complex and it's lengthy. It's about reviewing priorities from council, as we spent yesterday on the strategic plan, and we have to make sure that our budget reflects those priorities. As you know, with the grants and how our grants get cut sometimes and we're not successful on funding applications, it makes everything much more difficult. It's certainly a teamwork exercise, and as department heads, we've been at this since last fall, gathering information and working through the numbers, and then of course we work through with, we try to aim for inflation and take in decreased funding and where we want to end up and such. So then the implementation phase translates the budget numbers into action. So the budget is an estimate, but still throughout the year, every time we tender, every time we deal with suppliers, we still try to get the best price we possibly can. So then that's where at this time of year, when we're at a year end, we come back to you and say, well, we budgeted this amount of money, but it came in at this. So that's where we usually ask to transfer that difference to reserve. So that's one of the next phases we'll go through. The monitoring phase is our continuous process. It doesn't stop with passing the budget. As department heads and myself, we're continually checking to see where we're at, following up, and we do the quarterly reports to council. And then the evaluation phase. Each year we look at our operations and procedures, and of course we have annual reports to file, but we're always looking for ways to do something better and to make any changes that we possibly need to make. So just to let you know, this is our first draft. So our overall spending increase is 7.55% in dollars. That's increased spending in dollars, and that means that this budget reflects $450,896 more dollars than what we spent last year. This does not mean that's what your tax increase is. That is just our dollars increased in spending. As you know, we have all the ward rates and all of that to calculate through, which we're not at that point yet, but I just wanted to reiterate that doesn't mean what your taxes are going to be, and one of the biggest factors too is how much your assessment has gone up. So for our next meeting, we'll be able to get into the specifics of, I always give you examples of specific tax bills and such, and so at our next meeting, we'll be in a position to do that. So our total expenses this year, we're looking at $17,594,000. So just to reflect on that, we look after a fair amount of money in a year. Operating is at $13,914,000, and we have capital projects of $3,680,000. So from the base rate, which everyone, all the taxpayers of North Huron pay on the base rate, and that $4,652,000 is divided out amongst the total assessment for the municipality. Then when you get into the area rating, that's where it's the amount that's the area rated is divided by the assessment of that particular ward. And then we have some money we raised from flat rate street lighting, and then water and sewer has no effect on the tax rate. Water and sewer is fully funded by user fees. So I always throw this slide in. We know why the taxes are so high, and so we're always working towards what are we going to do about that. But as you know, we're a small municipality, and we provide a wide range of facilities, programs, and services, usually provided by a much larger municipality. You've seen slides, and I'll show you them as we get through the process, that our overall taxable assessment is low, and especially we have experienced throughout the years, an average assessment on our older homes is actually quite low. Now, we are seeing a change on that, because as we've had so many property sales, when these older homes finally do sell, maybe the same person has owned them for 20 years, and so the assessment has stayed fairly low. But if they sell, a house assessed at $175,000 for $295,000, we're seeing that starting to catch up. So that's where we will see some change. But if the property never changes hands, then that's not going to change. Although our taxes aren't based on population or geography, that's the root of our geography does really dictate how our taxes are, because we're a long, narrow strip, and so we don't have the economies of, as we've said over and over, we have 3 public works shed, 2 libraries, on and on, that we have, where other municipalities don't have those things. So I just wanted to tell you where we were starting this year and what the challenges we've already faced, and we've talked about these things, but just to reiterate that, is that our OMPF reduction, our main conditional grant, it was reduced by $71,000. Our insurance went up $46,750. Our wing and ward contract police went up $60,000, and then we've talked about the total of the grid movements, and the cost of living was $140. So I was looking at myself that 5.3 wasn't good. I wasn't surprised that we would be more than 5.3, but that to me was a number that I was looking for. So as I said, right now we're at 7.55. To get down to 5.3 to cover those exact costs, we would have to cut out about $132,000. And now 1% is $59,695. So as I said, we would need to cut just over 2% to get down to here, and then to see where do we want to go from there. So some new items as we're working with the budget. I just want to tell you some new items that you haven't seen before in the budget, and these are all up for discussion. They are in the budget, but we'll circle back around to these and determine whether or not they stay in the budget or in any form or not. So we've talked about over and over, one of the spots that we're really missing here is an HR person. So we have put, and certainly North Huron isn't big enough to have a full-time HR position. So we have included $55,000 for a part-time or a half-time HR position. And as I said, we'll come back to that for further discussion, and I'll maybe get Dwayne to tell you, some additional information on that. For records management, we want to go into a full records management function in the next couple of years, and so that basically involves tremendous amounts of scanning to get all that information into the software. So we do have a contract position of $20,000 in the budget for that. We talked about yesterday about accessibility and the new requirements, etc. So we put $10,000 in the budget. That could be for, as I said, we have to have, Dwayne explained yesterday, not only do we have to have our documents accessible, but you have to have your buildings accessible. So $10,000 isn't going to go very far, but we're just saying to you, it's something we need to get started at, and so we've got to get some money into the budgets to begin this process. So an example would be is certainly our front counter doesn't meet accessibility standards, is one example. So things like that. I think Carson and Dwayne talked to you yesterday about the community safety and well-being plan, so we have $5,000 in for that. The dog counter isn't costing you any money. We have money in reserves to pay for that or pay for most of that, but it is a project that we've been wanting to do for the last few years, so we're glad to see that's finally getting off the ground. And again, Carson brought you a report on the update of his health and safety policy project, and that's $10,000, and you had already given him pre-budget approval to proceed with that. And that's the correct way to describe that, Carson?
Yeah, through your worship, so at the last meeting, I think pre-budget approval was for 6,000 plus HST. The 10,000 was, we originally didn't know what we were looking at for proposals, so that might be an area.
Right. So we have areas that, as I said, even since we put the budget together, there's already spots where we know, like, we're gonna get a better price. So in, as I said, second round of the budget, there's several areas where we know already we're gonna be able to do some cutting, so that's the whole point of all that. And then in the economic development budget, they have a really ambitious budget, and they have added substantial amount to their budget, but again, we'll talk about all those projects. So they've added about $58,000 to their budget. So anyway, we'll come back to that as we move through the budget. I just wanted to quickly remind you about the debt that we're still carrying. It's not that bad really, especially since we paid off the huge ESC debt. So right now, we still have the grader that we're gonna be paying on till 2026. The rink grant, which was for improvements down at the complex, and we're gonna be paying on that till 2022. The fire payouts, when we bought out the fire boards, we were gonna pay on that till 2026. But next year, we have the first one of those loans will be paid off, and that's the an old roads loan that we have. So we'll have that that money paid off, or that loan will be paid off on a go-forward basis. Internal debt, we do have the plow truck that we're paying ourselves back on that. Memorial, so that could take us 15 years. We could set our own payment on that. But Sean and I have already talked about some anywhere in the budgets where we can actually pay that off quicker, we certainly will. Memorial Hall, we owe $110,000 still towards that reserve account, so we'll pay 55 this year and 55 next year, and then we have that completed. The LED streetlights, Sean, was that a 20-year payback? 15 to 20.
Yeah, it's 15.
Yeah, so we're going to be quite a while paying that budget off. The one thing, two things then I want you to make sure that we're aware of is, so depending on where the new fire hall ends up, we could end up borrowing about $400,000 there. It depends on where things, that's probably our max, but by the time we get the salt and sand shed, that wasn't part of the contract, and some of the other things there. So that's about what we had figured, but it could be considerably less than that, depending on where things fall. And then of course the standpipe. So we have applied, the total grant was $3.4 million, and we can get 73% of $2.8 million. And so we could end up having to, if we are successful, then we could end up with about $1.6 million on that standpipe that we're going to have to pay for ourselves. So anyway, we won't know on that standpipe grant until the spring, I believe, Sean, is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah. So anyway, fingers crossed on that one. I just wanted to say, typically, we were talking about this, so the last 2 years have been such an anomaly for us because we've had all the policing and some of the other issues. In the past, we've tried to stay somewhere between 2 and 4%. And inflation typically runs somewhere around 2%, and that's, in the past, we've stayed somewhat close to that, and that's always been our target. But of course, as we've said, the last couple of years with all the things that were going on, that's what has happened. So the one thing I wanted to point out to you is, though, we're starting at 7.55, which is already lower than where we ended up last year. So all good. Yeah, Charlie?
just to, that should not say history of tax increases. That should say history of spending increases.
Right.
Because, again, the seven
People
point
think,
nine
yeah, that's a
seven,
good point.
because everybody will say, well, that's the tax increases. No, it's not. That's spending.
Yeah,
So we
that's
should
right.
make sure that gets, if we're gonna put this on communication online or something, that we make sure we clearly
yeah, that's
document what that is.
Yeah, that's right, good point. Okay, so the next steps, as we move forward through the budget is, so we're going to get as far as we can, today. Oh, sorry, did you have a question?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry. So we're gonna get as far as we can through the budget today in our first draft. And then our next meeting is gonna be February 20th. Now, I think we have to sort that date out, Carson, is that correct, or have we firmed that date up yet?
We haven't firmed anything up yet, but that was what we had tentatively scheduled.
Yeah, so by the end of the meeting, if you would let Carson know, or Monday or Tuesday, would you let Carson know if February 20th is going to work for you? Now, Carson, you were saying that would be at 9 a.m., correct?
Yes.
Yeah, so if you can check your schedules, please, and get back to Carson, and then we can finalize that date and go from there. So for the next meeting, though, we will have, we'll know kind of, we'll incorporate things that we talked about yesterday in the strategic plan. We'll incorporate changes and things that we talk about here today. As I said, as staff, we already know several areas where the numbers have changed. A couple of areas the numbers have changed for the better, and then we have a spot or two where the numbers have changed for the worse. So all of that has to be incorporated into next round, and then as well, of course, we'll have our 2019 year-to-date numbers in. And then one of the big exercises, as I said, that we have to go through is the transfers to year-end reserve. So as we were saying, there's a lot of money we got this year that we didn't plan on and we didn't spend. So we need to transfer that money into reserves so that it's not swallowed up as part of a surplus, and then we'll be asking you to make some decisions on it. So examples, of course, are the modernization money. You've talked about what you want to do with that, with Hutton Heights and other ideas. So we really do need to get a formalized discussion going on that money. So we had that $532,000 come in that we weren't expecting, and we've spent a couple of small pieces with the eScribe live streaming and the strategic plan, but that was less than $20,000 out of that amount. So anyway, we want that whole amount to go into reserves, and then we can decide from there what are we going to do with it. And another example was we got some cannabis money, cannabis legalization funding. So $10,000 for that. So we haven't made a decision on that. So that money also has to go into reserves. I think Trevor has been working with his colleagues at the police board, and in Carson, you guys have had some discussions on possible ways that could and should be spent. So those things will be coming back, but we need to get that money into reserves so that it's set aside for these projects. And another example of one is, say for example, Morris Turnberry, under schedule after our cross-border agreement, they give you a $10,000 contingency amount, and so I need to know, for now I'm earmarking that to be put into reserves, but again, we need to have some further discussion on that. So anyway, sorry.
Donna,
Oh, sorry.
just 1 second. Just to clarify, as we're going along, if any of the councilors want to speak and ask a question as we're going along, you'd
Sure.
prefer it that way?
Yeah, sure,
Okay.
because I think if we wait till the end, we'll.
Exactly. And to the councilors, if I happen to be looking at the wrong side of the table, just say, hey, Bernie, or whatever, get your points across is what I'm saying. Don't pull your hand back down, please, because you know me, I get caught up in it and then I'm not paying enough attention. So we're gonna start right with Chris.
Yeah, thanks, Reeve. Donna, regarding the modernization funding, at the Roma conference, there were multiple politicians, provincial politicians that were bragging on certain municipalities, what they did with their funding. So getting the sense that they want answers, they want results, or it might not happen again, that type of thing. So it's just that we have to deal with it very quickly, or have it
Yes.
earmarked very quickly, I would think.
Right.
So, I'm gonna follow up on that one, Chris, because, I did have a meeting with, Minister Clark, and he did ask me. And I told him it would not be wasted on frivolous stuff, that we, would be using it on something that would help our tax base as we move along. And I had mentioned, Hutton Heights and the concerns we have with Hutton Heights, so, and we're having the acute shortage labor meetings, which everything's boiling down to housing. I'm hoping our council's gonna make a decision on using that towards housing. Having said that, we actually haven't had a discussion yet on how we're gonna develop that. But there are 3 of us at the Roma conference, and we heard about the leasing land to make affordable housing, which perked my ears up, I'm sure, along with the other 2 councilors that were there, yourself and Trevor. So we're gonna have those discussions. Yes, that has to be used up, but, I, as your Reeve, am against using it for, things like staffing, wage increases, or trucks that have to be replaced. I'd like to use that kind of money as a long-term viable strategy for what we call, new streams of taxation. So, just so everybody understands the conversations we've been having at the provincial level. Having said that, I only spoke for myself. This council will be making the decisions as a whole.
Those items qualify.
Yes. Oh, yes. Go ahead, Nita.
Yeah, I just wanna ask Donna, the 1% cost, you went through it really fast.
Oh, I'm sorry.
How much is that?
Forget about it. It's 59,000. I'll have to find my little piece of paper here. 59,695.87.
Thank you.
Okay, no worries. Okay, so anyway, as we move through then, we're hoping we'll have cuts for the next round, and I'm hoping that even by the end of today, even if we don't get through the budget, that I'm sort of getting a feel from you folks, where we could move as an acceptable target. We need council direction as to where we would like to end up. We can't aim, we need somewhere to aim in order to have a path to get there. So as always, as we move through the budget presentation, the budget is passed and as all these meetings are open to the public for sure, we do pass the budget at a regular meeting, and we do a presentation on all the highlights of the budget and such for the public. So as I said, certainly next meeting will be pretty much fine-tuned, and then we can see the effect on individual taxes and things like that, and then that will help you decide whether we go back to the drawing board or whether we're close. So that's kind of our schedule. Okay, any questions to that before we move into the actual budgets? Okay, so we'll get moving in now. For those of you using your hard copy, we're going to go to the general government page on page 7. So in general government, this is where our OMPF grant shows up. And so as we said, our OMPF grant was reduced by $71,000. I have recorded the $10,000 for Schedule F for the 2020. As I said, 2019, we haven't decided where it should go, so that's why you don't see that recorded here. And I have increased the payments in lieu, and I have increased the interest income on the revenue side. On the expenditure side, I talked to you about all our debt payments. So the existing debt payments that we have show up here. The one thing that I wanted to bring your attention to is this is the 3rd budget in a row that we have had a designated asset management levy, asset replacement levy. So yesterday, the Reeve spoke about asset management and the importance of that. So this is the 3rd year that we've included that $127,000 as a dedicated levy to asset replacement in the future. Now that's a drop in the bucket for sure, but we have to get started somewhere. So that's where we're going with that. So there isn't anything really further there. Does anyone have any questions on the general government budget before we move on?
Go ahead, Paul.
Yes, through you, Reeve. what do you figure each year the hump is gonna be down? What do you take it as, like, is it gonna be there next year, I guess is my question.
Yeah, our understanding is that it's gonna be there, next year, and because we've already received, notification that it was going to be there, but what happens is, they bring it out to say that the funding formula is the same, but each municipality is reconciled, so your assessment plays a part in it, et cetera. So even though the funding formula stays the same, ours could go up or down based on what our assessment does. So I can't say next year, this is the dollars that's going into our budget. But my understanding is that it's going to remain.
Like, do you think it's going to keep coming down each year? Is that what, by
There's
these
a-
numbers?
I can't actually guess what the governments are going to do, but the other thing is too, that we aren't as vulnerable as others, is the, funding is made up of a number of components, and one of those components is called transitional funding, and so that is a targeted area out of the funding that is being removed, and we haven't had that piece. So we don't see the drastic decreases that others have because we don't have that component of ours.
So just to reiterate to Paul, at the Roma conference, there was significant discussion at the ministers' forum about the inequities of how the formula works for small and rural hospitals in regards to OMPF. There is being a lot of advocacy by AMO and Roma to clarify what that formula is and to ensure that the OMPF funding at least stays relatively consistent, because small and rural municipalities cannot afford triple-digit number drops in years. So I think the Ontario government is listening. However, as you are probably 444 other municipalities are more than aware, the provincial government's financial position is not great. So they're having to deal with their own struggles as we are. So the hope is that OMPF funding, we're not in the same position we were last year where we had to wait till April for them to tell us that we were getting it. We have the number that we are getting. It's been locked in, it's guaranteed. But for 2021, there is nothing, they were very clear, we are not going to commit to nothing. So it is, that is, the number will be up there until next December or January when they figure out when they're gonna send out those letters.
Thank you.
Okay, anything further? Okay, so we're gonna move on then, so that's the end of the general government budget. So we're gonna move on to, in your packages then, we're gonna move on to the council budget, and that is on page 8. So in the council budget, the little bit of revenue that shows there is for the REIT, we are able to claim a portion of the conference expenses back from the county. So that is that bit of money that we get back there. I have had to increase the benefits for council in the 2020 budget because on our previous council, a lot of them were actually, we didn't have to take CPP off, and so now with most of you, we are taking CPP off. So that's one of the changes there. And the second change is that we only used to pay, as you recall, then it used to be on 2/3, now the 1/3 exemption is no longer in effect, so then it's on the full amount. So that has caused the benefit line to go up a little bit. For the honorarium line, what is in there is the Reeves honorarium and the Deputy Reeves honorarium and the 5 of your council honorariums. That adds up to $34,140. And so then on top of that, I have added in an additional $22,657 for your meeting allowances for special meetings. And so what I've done there is I've taken the 7 of you times 2 meetings at the $100 roughly pay, and then for each of you to have $160 pay. I have no idea how many meetings you're going to have this year, but yesterday when Dwayne gave you the list of all the things going on this year, you're going to be in for some special meetings. So that's why I have put that amount in there. I have reduced it from the honorarium amount from last year. So on to travel and training. So each of you are allowed under the bylaw to have a $2,500 conference allowance, and then plus one $2,500 group training. So that adds up to $20,000, and then I have $2,500 in there for combined mileage for you folks. So overall, the budget is reduced from last year. And once we get the year-to-dates in there, you can see how that works out. But is there any questions on the council honorarium?
But I do have a question,
Yeah.
Donna. I'm just struggling with, we were making loan payments to the ESTC. Where,
Which was under the EST budget.
which is under the EST budget, okay. That's where I wondered, because I was trying to figure out where the principal payment, why our principal payments weren't going down. I didn't see it in fire either. I'm like, where's that reduction? I'm hoping it went down.
Yeah, it was on, if you, once we,
Okay.
I think I have left the EST page in here blank so you could look back to.
Yeah, I do see it now, okay,
Yeah,
thank
okay.
you. Yep, it's good.
Okay. Okay, any further any questions on the council budget? If not, we'll move on. Okay, so the next one then is, in your booklet, is page 9, and this is the administration budget. So, in the administration budget then, we are looking at some money in reserve. So, the last meetings you've heard from Carson and Dwayne, that we have $15,000 as a transfer from reserve, and that was a carryover for the HR policy that we had intended, or we got started in 2019, but it wasn't completed. So under the expense side, you'll see the $15,000 expense. In the revenue side, part of that $19,000 is that $15,000 coming out of reserves. The other item in the reserves is the $4,939 that Carson brought you a report on the Laserfish project that was going into reserves. And so then also correspondingly, I'll explain that to you when we get into the expense side. So that's what the revenue side is. And then the admissions and rentals is actually $1,000 for rental for the theater upstairs here. So as that continues to grow, we might be able to bump that number up a little bit in the next round of the budget. So because they're having quite success there. Okay, so moving into the rest of the administration budget is divided into two parts. It's divided into what I call the operational part of administration, and then the building in which we operate out of, which is the town hall building, and Sean will, when Sean's up next, and so he's gonna talk to you about the building part of that. So salaries include all the salaries and wages for your administration staff in this office. They've been increased by COLA and the grid movements, and in this first pass, we do have the $55,000 for the shared or however that HR position may turn out, and we can flesh that out a little bit more as we move through. So the rest of the things, there's not much difference in any of the other items as we move through. I have, as you know, on the insurance line, the insurance is up a fair bit. As you know, our insurance was up a fair bit overall. I have reduced the accounting and legal. We're hoping for less legal bills. And of course, we had our audit RFP was completed last year, and the amount for this year is $16,800. So that should be enough to cover that section. The tax write-offs and refunds, I will take a second look at this in our next round to see. I had increased it because we are seeing quite an increase in how the people are appealing their assessments and things like that. So I think I will be able to reduce that somewhat, but this also includes charitable rebates and vacancy rebates. Now, vacancy rebates, there's a whole criteria that businesses have to meet, but this is the last year of that vacancy rebate program, and then there won't be any rebate that they can apply for next year. This also includes the compensation that we pay to Morris Turnberry in this line. So under the agreement, when the property came into Township of North Huron that's currently under the Searson development property. So that agreement was that we had to pay them compensation until the property was developed. So if we see that property develop, so that they weren't losing any money, if it stayed in their municipality, then they would, what we are paying them is what they would have collected if it had stayed in their municipality. Once we see this developed, then the agreement, we don't pay them any longer. So there's some things happening there.
Is it full development, completed development, or initiated, or what?
We had to, and I don't know, Dwayne, we've had these discussions. The agreement isn't really clear on that. And so we do have to, we'll have to have some further discussions on sort of when that, we feel that the conditions of that agreement have been met.
Are those costs recoverable from the developer from A2A?
These tax costs?
Yeah.
No. It's strictly, it's
Or for
strictly,
the developer, they're not the developer, but the owner of the land?
yeah, no, we collect all the taxes from him, from the property.
Mm-hmm.
And then our tax rate is higher than Morris Turnberry's, so we give them their portion of what we collect and we keep the balance of it.
Thank you.
Okay, so that is the tax write-off one. Materials and supplies is reduced, but I want to talk to you about where that's been reallocated to. So as you know, we live in a technology world, and our technology budget, pieces of it had been in materials and supplies, and pieces of it had been in inspections and contracts. So what we've done is to make it easier to track and to give us some guidelines so that we can see how what our IT costs administration quickly. We've created a new separate GL line where we're going to record all the IT expenses separately. So as I said, it's quite an extensive list, and it also has quite a dollar attached to it. But as I said, these amounts, most of them, except for the $20,000 contract, which I had mentioned to you before, for records management, it's part of that $75,426 figure. So it includes things like our continuing contract, which is just less than $30,000. We have branch security for building security, and we've had some meetings with our security company, and we have a number of things we're going to do there. It's our HR downloads program, our annual support that we pay for a number of our programs, computer programs that we use. So anyway, we feel it's a better tracking mechanism as we move forward. Under the miscellaneous expense, there is no change there, but I always like to try to give a bit more definition on that. So that includes any sorts of lunches and things that we have like today, and the Christmas party, any flowers that we send for funerals and things like that. So that's where that $4,000 comes in. Under the election expense, I actually have that in there twice, and under next round of the budget, I will be able to take that out and put that, reduce that by the $6,000. And actually, I'm reading my note here under inspections and contracts, and I wanted to correct myself. The $20,000 for the records management is under inspections and contracts, And that was reduced significantly for closed meeting investigator expenses. If you remember, we had, quite an expense related to that. We never know if we're going to need it or not. So my suggestion would be is the amount that I've budgeted for that in 2020 is 28,700. So my suggestion is going to be at the end of 2020, hopefully we don't spend that. And then what I would like to do is create a reserve for that. And then if we have a whole bunch of requests in 1 year, then we can draw upon it and things like that. So that's my plan on a go-forward basis there. We talked about the HR policy line. We always have a number of HR policy. We usually keep $10,000 in, and I shouldn't say policy, it's HR issue related, whether it's working with the consultant on job descriptions and all that type of thing. But it's increased by the $15,000 as we talked about for the HR policy that Dwayne brought forward to you as part of his transfer to reserve. And then we have the new $5,000 for the community safety and well-being plan. And we have the new $10,000 that I was talking to you about for whatever we end up doing with the town, with either town hall documents or perhaps another building in order to take a stab at the accessibility requirements. So that's the end of my piece on the, what I call the operational part of administration. And then I'm going to turn things over to Sean, but first, if you have a question.
Through you, Reeve. Donna, the 55 grand for an HR person at half time, it seems like a lot.
Yeah, and I don't know, Dwayne, if you want to elaborate. Trevor's shaking his head and.
But there's no rhyme or reason for that. It's a sunshine list person who does HR. I don't know, it seems extravagant to me.
So we'll let, Dwayne wants to talk to that?
So I can talk to that, Reeve. So I work at an HR, an accounting firm, and I will guarantee you that to have a HR person who's got your designation, that you would want to ensure that they have designation, to ensure that they're understanding policies and regulations and legislation that's coming down the pipe, you'd be far off for a full-time staff person that's working in any of these municipalities to be making less than 100 grand. And that is fact. So I don't think you're going to find somebody who you want taking the ownership and the burden off of other administrators that are doing this particular job on the corner of their desk, and they're actually responsible for it, and they would then take that responsibility and off the ownership of the CAO and the clerk and a whole bunch of other people. But I don't see that individual being less than that, unless you're significantly discounting it of what they're doing, and maybe and then the conversation is that really what you want to do?
So I just,
Yeah, is this is a mandatory obligation we have right now?
No.
No.
No, and I think that there's been lots of discussion last year at council, as well as Dwayne has mentioned it to not only myself but Bernie at one point, or Reeve Bailey at one point, as well as council, is that there are certain things like HR policies and HR manuals and a whole bunch of other things that really become a low priority in the grand scheme of things on the CAO's desk. And what happens is exactly what's happened to North Huron now, is we haven't got an HR policy that's been updated for 15 years. So, you're gonna either pay it all the time to ensure that you have the adequacy of recruitment, of, performance management, a whole bunch of other lists that HR people do, or you can have it on the side of somebody's desk and wait 10 years to get something updated. So, I'm not, my real concern is not necessarily the amount, is it's who you're gonna get. Because the only way I see this happening or this working well is if we get into another shared services discussion with another municipality. Central Huron, Morris Turnberry, whatever the case may be. I don't know what that looks like, but I can't imagine those other municipalities are having not the same problem, because their CAOs will be doing it off the side of their desk as well.
Dwayne, did you want to speak to this?
Well, I can't, just in terms of, so, we had an individual who performed that function, and that individual has since retired, and what's happened is that HR responsibility has, for the most part, fallen to myself, but it's actually disseminated down as well to our senior management team. So our senior management team, in terms of what their HR issues within their particular department, they've been dealing with them. And what's happening is that, our senior management team recognizes, some of the issues that are being brought forward. I mean, we don't have the expertise. So we're spending a fair bit of time reaching out, getting information, looking at legislation, etc. The thinking here, and going back to Deputy Reeve-Sykes' comments, is if there's an interest on the part of our council, would be to explore the possibility, as Deputy Reeve has indicated, a shared arrangement with a municipality where we would essentially have potentially access to an individual 5 days a week, but we'd essentially be paying half their salary, and the other municipality would equally have access to them 5 days a week, but would be paying half. So this is something that, again, has been discussed at the SMT table. We're bringing it forward for council's consideration. And as Deputy Reeve-Sykes also indicated, in terms of, we're doing an HR policy review, and it's in terms of, it's gonna be great to get those policies up to date, and in terms of moving them forward, but then it's in terms of the ongoing maintenance and the upkeep of them. And those right now, they're, they're off the corner of your desk. I mean, with other priorities sitting on your desk, they don't always get the attention that they should. And yet, I feel that, staff is one of your most valuable resources, one of your most valuable assets. So you need to, give it the priority accordingly.
So I hear a few things going on. First of all, when you say sharing with another municipality, would that be cutting the 55,000 in half, or would that be 55,000 apiece?
Our contribution would be the 55.
So we're looking at sharing. The other thing is, I want to make sure this comes back before council at the end of the budget meeting for a good, solid conversation, because it is adding on a new employee. I do understand the need for it. But again, let's see what the numbers fall out, because something's gonna have to fall off the page, so we will bring this back, okay? Just keep it in the back of your mind and think about what you wanna talk about, council. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So if there are no further questions on that, I'm going to let Sean take it away, and we're going to go to page 19 of your paper budget. And Sean's going to begin with his public works, then he's gonna move into facilities, and then he's gonna go to user pay, and then he's gonna finish up with capital, or vice versa. Oh, parks, yes. Okay, so Sean, take it away.
Thank you. Reeve Bailey, members of council. If you'll indulge me, I got a little bit of a preamble just to kind of set the stage here, and then we'll move into the weeds, so to speak. First and foremost, I wanted to perhaps reiterate from last year's budget discussions. When you look at the line by line, you're going to see perhaps some changes from year to year with salary. I wanted to stress going into this that we're talking about the same complement of individuals as we talked about this time last year. But as I work through the process, we're basically building this budget from ground zero. Pre-2017, it was a much different profile. We went from a very simplistic budget to an extremely complex budget. I'd like to think that now we're seeing the pendulum kind of find equilibrium in the center. But as we go, I'll make adjustments year to year based on what I'm seeing in terms of actuals. So, if you're looking at the salary in one particular cost center and you see last year it was 24,000, this year it's 44. Same people, I'm just I'm reallocating the dollars because of trending, because of changes perhaps in work approach, that sort of thing. So we're not talking about new or different employees in that sense. And the other thing that we are seeing, it was fairly enjoyable for myself this year because this is year 3 of this new approach to the budget. And so I'm actually starting to see the trends. I've said by the time you get out to year 5, it becomes very, very easy for both staff and council because you are starting to see the trends, and right away you'll be able to pick up on an anomaly. That's where you focus your attention and say, what is going on here? So I'm already starting to see it shape up, and I think as we move forward, into 2021 and forward, it'll become even clearer. Parks is a different story, and that one will be interesting to walk through. Of course, as council's aware, we took a very aggressive approach to parks in 2019. It was a paradigm shift to the way we were doing business. We've had one summer to work through it, which allowed Vicki and myself to consult with our staff and get a sense of how things worked, what really worked, what could we improve on. And so we're bringing forward some, we'll say fairly subtle changes, but changes nonetheless. So you will see a little bit of a fluctuation, particularly in the parks section. But that's what you're seeing there, is us trying to optimize the use of our employees, to fine tune the processes. And then just before I dive into this, when we do look at the various cost centers and specifically the line items, I'm sure you're aware, but I just wanted to maybe touch on the fact that in developing the numbers that you see before you, because some of them look very consistent, some there's going to be some changes. There's a couple things we're doing as staff. We're looking at our specific costs. So I'm trying to identify for a particular line item what my hard costs are. I know that I've got this contract, and this project. There, I can throw that in. I'm also anticipating some of the expenditures, and then at the end of the day, we plan for the worst. We hope for the best, and we stress, as Stu can attest, we make sure that we don't squander the dollars. So at the end of the year, I'm hoping at the end of 2020, we're coming back and talking about a bit of a transfer back to reserve to build CAD, to build public works reserves, that sort of thing. So I'm trying to anticipate everything. If we have a great winter, obviously my winter control costs would be down. If we got hit with a Newfoundland-like event, it'd be an entirely different discussion, right? So without dwelling on that anymore, and again, if there's questions, by all means, please stop me mid-sentence, and I'll see if I can help. I may go a little bit, I may take the plane up a little bit higher here. If you want me to come back down and get into the weeds or into the details, let me know. But if I gave you as much detail as Donna did, we'll be timing this with a sundial. There's a lot of line items to work through, but if you see something that concerns you, please stop me. So anyways, starting with Public Works, I'll go through the cost centers as a whole. So roads paved, which obviously is a combination of our both Blythe and Wingham urban centers. You'll see a notable increase from 64 last year up to 99 this year, but that's largely reflected that is reflected in the way I'm allocating salaries. Material and supply, subcontracted expenditures, you see a negligible change. If anything, a very slight decrease. Very slight decrease. Roads unpaved, again, change in the way we approach the wages, no difference in the individuals, just where we're allocating their time. Reduced overtime a little bit. The one thing that I did see as I went through here is because we have the crew has the ability to bank time for use in the summer, it tends to take a little bit of the burden off in terms of hard cost associated with overtime. So I was able to kind of squeeze that back down a little bit in some areas. Materials and supplies, we had to up the cost slightly, but that's predominantly based on tender results. So, you know, our maintenance gravel tender came back a little bit higher. Our calcium chloride, we're on the third year of a 3-year contract. That'll go out next year. Expect to see a little bit of an increase in 2021. I've got a little bit of stockpiling of aggregate in there and some stripping of cover over at the gravel pit. Bridges and culverts. Huge jump in subcontracted expenses. I would expect that everybody zeroed in on the $25,000 increase over last year. And that is because this year, we every 2 years we have to do the OSIMs, the Ontario Structural Inspection, manual inspections of the bridge, our various bridges. The walking bridge was identified in 2018 as needing a more detailed inspection. The problem is that, as everybody who's aware of it is, it's 50 or 60 feet in the air. There's a huge expense that we're expecting on that one to actually get riggers to go under, to be able to get in there and do the proper inspection that's warranted. When he did the last inspection, he said he's starting to become concerned. There's a subtle little heads up for good news to come. So there's quite a bit. I'm thinking we can do it cheaper, but that was the 24,000, 25,000 was the number we were playing with to get up underneath that bridge. One of the things we did is I incorporated a couple of line items from last year. Signs and guardrails was its own little cost center. I've included that in roadside. It actually fit better. So you see a little bit of an increase in roadside, but at the end of the day, nothing's changed. We're just consolidating 2 cost centers to streamline the budget. The big one there is that I want to point out to people is subcontracted expenses. We have $47,000 associated with tree removal, grinding, and rental of equipment. The ash borer is costing everybody, you know, and as we progress, it's just there's no end to the trees that we have to deal with. So that cost is what it is, but I think it's we're at the point with that blight that we have to do something about these trees. This year they removed and dealt with a massive number of trees, and we expect the same momentum this year. There's also $14,000 in here for giant hogweed control. So we've made some good headway on that. We do have it in the township, and this will allow Stu to continue attacking it. Under winter control, I actually tried to tighten that up a little bit. So you'll see a slight reduction. And again, this comes from looking at trends and saying, okay, we've been budgeting $50,000 for sand and materials. 45 is probably sufficient based on the trends I'm seeing. You know, and that's done of course in consultation with the crew as well. Parking lots, really not much to talk about there. The big change there is again allocation of salaries. Sidewalks, I want to point one item out. The big change is allocation in man hours, because we are actually applying a lot of hours to sidewalk maintenance within the community, not just winter control, but also summertime. Materials and supplies, you'll see this, I believe if you look at your line, it says 3,000. But when we talk in a few minutes about capital, there's a big line item in there that technically could be in operating. So that's a little bit deceiving in that sense. Bear in mind that I've got another 14,000 we'll talk about in capital. Okay, so under Public Works Administration, and please stop me if nobody's said anything, but stop me if it seems like I'm glancing over items. Public Works Administration covers just about everything associated with the HR components and the operation of Public Works.
Where is that?
What page is that?
The,
Bottom of 19.
it's at the bottom of 19. Starts at the bottom
Oh,
of
okay,
19.
yeah,
Yep.
thank you.
And this is a huge cost center under Public Works. So that's all of the administrative. So that's my salary, portion of Stu's salary, our administrative assistant's salary. Also in this we've calculated all the employees' entitlements under our existing policies. So if they're entitled to, the sick days they're entitled to are captured here. Bereavement's captured here. Vacation days are captured specific to the individual. So it's not just a throw the number at the wall kind of thing. We look at each individual, say he's entitled to X for vacation, there's your cost. So there's a little bit of detail and heavy lifting that goes into that. Stats are calculated and captured here as well. There's a bunch of items such as patrol, training, office, benefits are all captured here. The training is an important one to point out. We've really tried to up our game in terms of training for the guys. A real focus on health and safety training, the necessary working at heights, the chainsaw. We've been sending our junior guys out to actual plow training so that you're not just, so now they're working with a combination of in-house training, which is critical. But we also have sent them off to the county where they go in, and it's very high tech. It's a digital, virtual training course where they operate in a trailer. There's this big 3D thing, and they operate there, and they get pointers from professionals. And so we've been trying to up our game on that front as well to make sure that North Huron has highly qualified individuals doing what we're doing on the streets. What else to point out in here? Okay, engineering is in here, which is important. I keep a bit of engineering lined up here specific for initiatives like we saw this in the fall where we had RJ Burnside come in and do a traffic assessment. That's where I can draw this from. So if I have a project that I identify through the course of the year as critical, I have some resources to draw on it. And it's always very handy. We've got a little bit of drainage dollars in there as well, based on conversations with our drainage superintendent. And I think that's about it for that cost center. We move down to facilities. There's a total of $78,755 allocated to, when I call it facilities, I mean the public works shops. So that's the Wingham shop, the EW shop, and our portion of the new facility. So as you can imagine, there was a little bit of estimation and calculation required for us to come up with what we thought our costs were going to be for the new build, of course. Let's talk about fleet for a second. This
Sean,
one's.
can we just go back to facilities for a second, because council isn't aware that at the county level, they're going to be spending a lot of money on the county building just outside of town. And we thought about partnerships, so Sean did have a conversation with county staff. Mike would like you to get back to him, by the way, I had that conversation the other day with him. But it's been determined that by the time, so we're gonna spend a small fortune on the one at the other end of town, the old building that we have, so this brought this all on. At the same time, the county's refurbishing out theirs and thought they could partner with us if we wanted to. But as it turns out, it's not gonna work for us because we would have things like having to shuffle all the lawnmowers and everything into town. Did you wanna just speak to that to let council and the public know that you have worked hard on that?
Absolutely, thank you, Reeve. That's a good point, and that's part of the discussion that I had initially with Mike out at the county. They're looking at expanding. They may be able to accommodate us, except some of our equipment needs to be here. Like the last thing we want to do is put zero turns or sidewalk machines up and down County Road 4. So if we did move out there, the only vehicles that we'd be able to run out of there would be actually our plow trucks, basically, which would mean that we would have to, if we explore it, we have to consider that we have to find a secondary location here in town to handle the smaller equipment and the stuff that you can't be running up and down the highway. We did have a conversation about the possibility, of course, turning every stone over. We said, okay, I said, here's the equipment I have at the EW shop. And when I got about 3/4 of the way through the list of equipment we have and the size of it, he went, whoa, you can't come. Yeah. So the EW shop will definitely not fit there based on the plans they have. There could be some perhaps call it cost-saving measures or optimizations by moving plow trucks out there, but certainly not all of our equipment. Is that?
Yeah, and then we'd still end up with still having a building in here somewhere to maintain anyway, so I didn't see any reason to move forward. I just wanted council to be aware of that. Go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, Reeve, how bad is the building over here and what's all required?
Sean may want to speak to that. You want to take a minute and speak to it now? Or?
Absolutely. We'll give you a sneak peek into the capital piece. The roof there, the building itself is, I'm gonna say it's functional. It's a building that was not designed as a public works shed, so the guys have really done what they can to make it work. So there's different bays that they make it work. The big problem right now is the main roof is leaking quite badly. We looked at getting another flat roof. We looked at having it repaired last year, and when we did get initial costing on it, it was a lot higher than we expected for what it is. So then, with internal discussion, it was determined that we decided to go out and talk to a local contractor about getting a steel roof, truss it, and cover the whole thing. So what we found is we were going to be $75,000–$80,000 minimum to do part of the roof, or $120,000 to do the whole roof. At that point, we just stopped, because inevitably, if I spend the 80, you know that the leak is going to move to the next section of flat roof. So that's why we wanted to bring.
Goes to the arena.
It's going to get it's West Cast syndrome is what it is. Yeah. You know, so that's something that we definitely will talk about in based on this rate I'm going on in a few minutes. So now into fleet. This is a heavy one. You'll see materials and supplies. We are consistently spending that amount, if not maybe a little over, depending year to year. We had a couple of nasty hits this year. Heaven knows last year we got hit with a couple of big ones as well. It's the risk that you would assume when you're running older equipment. You have to be prepared to invest into the repair.
So what Sean calls fleet is vehicles and equipment on your page there,
Oh,
at the
sorry.
bottom there, under crossing guards, just for clarification.
Yeah, I can call it whatever I want in my spreadsheet.
Yeah.
So you'll see it's a lot of money, but we do use every penny of that typically. Inspections and contracts, I had to bump that up based on trending, and that's what that is like our guys are extremely capable, and they do the front line stuff. They do the corrective 2 o'clock in the morning fixes. They fix what they can, but as you can imagine, there's a lot of stuff that requires specialized attention. So that's where that I got here 98,000 sits. That's a necessary evil with the fleet. It's based on trending. Fuel will come as no shock that I had to up that a little bit. We're using all of that. The one new line item in it, and it almost seemed like it was always an afterthought, and it's because of the increasing rates, it's getting to be a fairly significant line item, is the MTO licensing fees. So we're sitting at $13,500 a year, and that's close to actuals. It's expensive to keep these things licensed. You know. So that's it for vehicles and equipment. Gravel pit, really not a big change there. Crossing guard, you'll see it looks like a reduction, and that's just based on actuals. We know exactly how many people we have and what they're working. I factored in some public works coverage, and that's the number that it comes out at. So you see there's a slight reduction. And special events, really, I'm a big proponent of not necessarily applying the specific wages to, there's some specific events where we apply wages, but a lot of the time it's more the equipment that, we got to rent the bucket trucks and that sort of thing for putting banners up, putting the winter stuff up, that sort of thing. So that's what's, some of that's captured there. Okay, so that's it for Public Works. Before we move into some of the other ones, is there any questions on that specific big cost center? If not, I'll move we'll move through street lighting.
I do have one,
Oh, sorry.
sir. Is there a line item here for like building up money for vehicles and equipment for replacements, what would you call it, I guess?
That's just a transfer
So,
reserve.
yeah, your transfer to reserve, you've increased it from.
Oh, it's in the transfer,
Yeah.
okay, up there, I see.
I took it from 50 last year to 100 this year.
Yeah, okay.
You know, in trying to build up that overall, but.
Yeah, that's right, I just didn't know. Thank you.
So streetlights, I think, is pretty straightforward.
Page 21.
Thank you. Sorry, yeah, this is my worksheet, and I stick to it because I've got all my working notes that exist on the spreadsheet, so I won't be in the same order necessarily. So streetlights, we tried, we're starting to see some reduction in energy costs as all of the billing is getting converted over, so I've been trying to reflect as accurately as possible what our energy costs are, and that's why you see a slight reduction from the 143 last year to 125. And then I wanted to be very careful that we don't over budget the transfer to reserves. So the transfer to reserves, I've been slowly adjusting to offset to a certain extent the reduction in energy costs. By this time next year, we'll have a really solid handle because all of the accounts will have been, are switched over now. So by this time next year, we'll have a good, healthy idea of what our energy costs are for streetlights. And I would say that next year will be a really nice budget number to look at, especially that transfer to reserve.
So just on that further, so the transfer to reserve is the savings in hydro consumption that we use to transfer to reserve to pay off the money we borrowed to buy those, so just so you're clear on that.
Sorry, I was kind of looking at Trevor because he knows all about it from the last.
Yeah, so I guess the question I have is, when we're obviously there's two parts to a hydro bill. There is the consumption and then there's the pricing.
Yes.
So when we're taking into consideration this savings, we should be taking at only consumption based on the price that we did at the time of the conversion.
That's absolutely correct.
Because if we don't, we're limiting what our payback is because there's gonna be costs, there's gonna be increase in pricing that we've assumed is not consumption savings, and it really is. So I just wanna make sure that was picked up, that we shouldn't, any increase in pricing because of OEB's discussion to increase prices, we should be taking that hit on our budget. But on the savings side of consumption, we should be taking that consumption savings multiplied by the costing at the time we converted, and that should be basically our transfer to reserves, in my opinion.
Right, right, and the one unfortunate thing is we really aren't seeing the optimistic savings that the program was marketed around. So, but like I said, by this time next year, we'll have seen a full 365-day cycle, and the numbers will be much tighter.
But in saying that, Sean, the reason we're not seeing the savings is because we weren't actually being billed some of those meters before. So it's not as if we weren't going to see the savings.
Right.
Is that we weren't being billed for them before.
Yeah, there was a massive, I can't remember the number off the top of my head, but there was basically that whole Highland Drive, Park Drive section, all of those fixtures had been added, but never calculated into the formula. So actually, in going into the retrofit, we flagged it and increased our own cost.
Yeah.
So. Let's go airport operations.
Okay, so airport's on page 22.
Before we go past the streetlights, but the Whitechurch streetlights here, what portion of Whitechurch are we responsible for?
It's just the fixtures on our.
Yeah, so they, when you're heading out Amberley Road, so North Huron is on the left-hand side of the road, but it's the same like Belgrave and the other hamlets. It's the streetlights benefit the whole hamlet, not just the property that the streetlight's on. So it's all worked out in portions with Huron Kinloss, the street lighting for the hamlets and kind of what our share is apportioned. I believe it's based on how many houses we have in Whitechurch.
There's 10 or something like that.
4 on that side of the street.
Yeah.
Pardon?
4 on that side of the street.
Oh, I think there's, well, okay.
Others in Bruce, and other ones in I don't even know who they're, like, do we, oh yeah, Beanie's one, that's
So just a few.
No, I was just curious whether we were paying for the side street lighting in that too, or,
It's worked out, and my understanding is it's worked out on the total number of households, then our number of households as a percentage.
so.
So page 22 is airport. John?
Thank you. So airport operations, wasn't a huge net cost. You'll see that it's reduced quite a bit. There's a couple of reasons for that. In terms of overall cost, the lease is all factored in there. We know that as a sound number. I do have some student cost in here. I've got the airport operator in here. Those hours, the airport operator hours have been reduced based on the reduced work that we're doing out there. The one thing to note, I think this is important, is that there's no fuel sales, no fuel purchasing here. In a perfect world, that comes very close to negating itself anyways if you're billing it out appropriately. Given the fact that the airport was included in the strategic plan, that's subject to change. That'll be subject to a discussion and a more in-depth discussion. So there may be some slight change as we move forward with that based on direction of council. But that's, for the time being, that fuel is not included in here because there's been no decision made. So unless there's any questions, I'll move on to the next one is stormwater management.
Hey, Sean.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, just, is there something that we have to inspect or a contract out of the airport is that something different?
Okay, yeah, thank you, Trevor. I'm glad you mentioned that. Actually, there's a couple of things under inspections and contracts that are in here. Yeah, I should have touched on that. The big ones are, in fact, we don't really have a choice. We have to spend $6,900 this year to get the GIS completed on the approach, and that firm has been hired. And then the other big one that we've got in the budget this year is the audit for the trees. So the plan is in 2020, we hire an arborist. He goes in, audits the trees, determines which ones should be properly and responsibly culled, and then puts together the contract so that for 2021 we can release that and see some revenue come back from the harvesting of that hardwood.
So GIS an annual cost, or is that every 5 years?
I believe it's
or-
5 years, yes.
Okay.
Were you able to get a grant on that from Huron County for the arborists coming in?
Huron County is definitely assisting us with some of this,
Good.
but there are some hard costs that we have to capture.
The tax rate for the airport, is this a special rate or is that, what is it under?
Those are the taxes we pay to Morris Turnberry.
Is it a farm rate or is it a
Various,
business
various. So we
Okay.
pay, a portion of the assessment is on the farm portion. And so then our lease recovers that amount of taxes eligible to the farm portion. And then we bill out the hangars, we recover there at the commercial rate. And so then we recover that on dollar for dollar basis from the owners of the hangar.
The physical airport building would be considered commercial, correct?
It's exempt.
It's exempt. So in saying that, why would there be is this $8,000 that's in taxes is also in the land lease rental revenue?
It was built into when they can't, it's not as if it's added on top
So
of it.
I guess the question is making
Yes.
sure that it's cost recovery.
Yes, it's included in that big lease amount that
Okay.
we get every year.
Okay.
So again, this is going to be a further discussion when we get into our strategic plan. Any other questions on this one?
Okay.
So we'll do stormwater next.
And that's on page 25.
Again, I apologize for this, but rather pages.
We'll forgive you, Sean,
Thank you.
this time.
This time. Okay, so this one, very simple. There's a couple of things that happen here, but the big thing is every year, North Huron goes into a group tender with the county to have catch basins cleaned. So that's something that's important. It's considered proper maintenance for the system. So I just carried those costs with a slight inflation forward. We'll go on the premise that it's been the same guy and he's been reasonably consistent, so I carried those costs forward. I did add a little bit of salary dollars because I think we were a little short in years past, simply because the system does require some work now and then, and the guys do track their costs according to their tasks. Next one's a fun one. Let's talk about waste management.
So that is on page 26.
Fun and who's fun? Fun for who? Yeah, I'm not sure it's fun for anybody.
And the press leaves. Okay, so this one, a lot of it is tied to contract and actual hard costs. Okay, so you've got your contract price for your garbage collection. Your recycling contract price is built in there. Plus, I had to, in an effort to exercise due diligence, had to work in a contamination surcharge because, again, as we were talking about yesterday in the strategic planning process, they are, I would say, very careful to capture any identified contamination and charges for it.
Sean, where do I find that? Which item line and how much?
That's, it's just buried under collection recycling, which is the second line down, $64.99.
Under curbside collection, under it'll say
Oh, yes.
expenses.
Yeah, $64.99?
Yeah.
Yeah, so like I said, the total cost on that is $87,234. That is made up of the contract price for the overhead bins, and then also contamination surcharges. So when we go down, we still estimated that the Waste Diversion Ontario grant should be consistent at approximately $45,000. We see our revenues have dropped a little bit on bag tags, so I've adjusted the budget accordingly. What's another important one? Let's jump down here to tipping fees. Tipping fees are still slightly on the climb, on the increase. So I've increased. I don't want to be overly optimistic with the increase, so I brought the tipping fee surcharge or estimate up 10,000, which I think is achievable. Scrap metal has dropped off a little bit. E-waste has definitely dropped off, so I've adjusted those items accordingly. A lot of these other ones, like when you get into inspections and contracts, that's for the scale calibration as well as equipment rental, because we bring a dozer in to level everything every once in a while, sort of that we bring an excavator in to help with control of the I'll definitely hit that one. What else should I point out here? Some of the operating expenses, that's Keystone costs, miscellaneous fees, but global payments is built into there. Under annual costs, that's where we capture the Burnside reporting stuff. So I get those quotes from RJ Burnside. They are our engineer of record for the landfill. So and this year is our reporting cycle. It's a biennial report. So in the off year, which was last year, they come in and do some minor monitoring. Some of the lab analysis for methane, leachate, that sort of thing. This year is the reporting year, so there will be a fairly voluminous report that's generated. It requires some extensive surveying to confirm the amount that we're bringing in. Studies, off-site impact investigation. As council's aware, we're still working to determine the CAS. We're going to have to punch more wells because the ones that were punched only confirm that we're not there yet.
Which landfill
Under
sites?
Wingham, this is under the Wingham landfill section.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm just taking the kind of the highlights here. So
We're not there yet. does that mean,
We aren't to the edge.
Yeah, we're not to the edge. So
of the travel?
that's right.
Correct.
So now
Leaching.
we're gonna take another
Leaching.
step out, punch more wells, see if we're there. Once we get to the point where we see no impact based on lab analysis, then we monitor. When we're satisfied that it's not getting to that point, that it's found its point of equilibrium, then we can start dealing with the ministry on that. You know, and worry about the next steps. And then the one thing that I should probably, I know nobody wants to talk about it, but I should probably bring it to everybody's attention, and that is the transfer to reserve. That's at $62,500. What that is $30,000 transfer to reserve to be applied towards post-closure costs. And I think we've talked about that in the past. Oh, we brought it to it, sorry, we increased it to a total of 112,000 because we have to plan now for the closing of the landfill. For up to 20, even more years after a landfill's closed, there's costs associated with monitoring it. When you do close it, there's a significant cost associated with proper capping to finally put that thing to rest, to bed. The costs are extremely high if you wait and do it then. So the thinking is when we get the reserves up to the point where we've got enough, we can invest that and let the power of compound interest take care of covering those high costs. Like the benefit that we have here is we're not closing that landfill for barring unforeseen circumstances.
So this is for the Wingham landfill
That's right.
that you were doing, okay.
Yeah. So we're looking at 75 years there. Well, is that Wingham or that's both?
It's gotta be both.
No, it's for both.
Yeah, because we also got the EW one,
Yeah, and the Hullet one that's not in.
separate animal.
Okay.
Yeah. The EW one, it's currently inactive, but we could use it. We don't want to use it, but I don't want to close it because we're still working on determining the caps. So I don't want to be in a situation where we just arbitrarily close one and then find that maybe we should have looked at other operational approaches.
So just to let the East Wawanosh councillors know, and all councillors, going back a bit in time again, we had the 2 dumps on the go for 3 dumps on the go for a long time, and then we had 2 dumps, and it was decided when I was on council a few years back that 1 dump would do everything, so we're only manning 1 dump. That was the whole idea, is reduction in cost. But we didn't want to close East Wawanosh dump because then you have to put the hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars in to rehabilitate it. Why would we when we could use it in the future? So if the Wingham one does fill up, then we go to the East Wawanosh one. So that was the whole idea behind that whole thing years ago, okay?
So, and the one other item under transfer to reserve, I'll say it very quickly, is $32,500 for the compactor.
If you say it fast, it doesn't make it any better.
It doesn't help, does it? So that'll be the first payment for the compactor, the $32,500. And because we amortized it the way we did, in all fairness, it's a manageable bite, so really what we did is we just slightly reduced the proposed contribution to reserve that we would put towards post-closure. Unless there's any other questions with waste management, I'll move on to cemetery operations.
I'm just gonna touch on that just for a second further, because as Trevor can, I'm sure and Paul knows, there's maybe in the Blythe words, but I'm just not aware of it. With the plastic bags that we stopped allowing to go into the landfill, I think everybody really needs to know the true cost of leaving those bags in there. And I'm not sure if it's hit the town that hard, but I can tell you up at the public school that when they didn't do it properly, that the waste management did not pick it up. And then they sent them a great big ticket for picking it up. Now, I'm not sure if it's got that far with the town, but that's where it's headed. And we're not talking $50. Sean, if we've been hit with tipping fees or whatever it's called?
Absolutely, we're hitting, and
I
that was the one line item I mentioned. I've got almost $2,000 built into the budget just to cover contamination fee at the landfill alone.
Yeah.
And that is with our landfill operator, who's an extremely conscientious individual, if you've met him, policing it.
Yeah.
But the way the system is, when that driver pulls up and lifts that bin, he has a look. If he sees something that doesn't qualify, he dumps it, but he marks it and we're charged the contamination fee. And the sad part about it is then everybody's efforts to recycle were for naught, because now it's going to landfill. They're taking it away, but it's still going to somebody's landfill.
Yeah.
You know, so that's really the initiative in removing the plastic bags and trying to assist or aid people in higher quality recycling is we want to see that diversion actually work. We want the tonnage going to market, not going to landfill.
There was a time I can remember when we first, and again, going to the clear bags happened when I was on council last time. And there was a lot of upset people about that, to be honest with you. But the whole idea was, and I was a victim to this, where they didn't pick up the recycling because they circled it. And they didn't pick up the garbage on me one time because they circled where I had recycling in it. The company seems to have got away from that, but on a bigger scale, it's not only the company, it's just the people that used to buy the recycling don't want it anymore, especially from Canada, because it's contaminated and it costs too much, and they don't want contaminated. They're not buying garbage. So they're just not buying it off us anymore. There's no market for it, and we've created that ourselves by poorly taking care of recycling. So that's the message that needs to get out there from all of us when we're talking to our constituents, that it is because we've contaminated, that we've created our own problem. So we just need to go back the way we were 10 years ago and just do our due diligence and make sure we're putting the right articles in the right containers. Okay, so I will go on and go ahead, Anita.
Yeah, Sean, do you know if the waste companies are working on a program to have separate your plastic bags or your foil or whatever separated in a separate bag with your recycling?
I haven't heard, I think they call, I think you're referring to dual stream recycling.
Yeah.
I'm familiar with it in my previous incarnation where week 1 was cardboard, week 2 was everything else. Waste management they seem to be content with single stream. I haven't heard, they certainly haven't communicated with me that they're entertaining dual stream recycling. I saw a benefit in it, you know.
Yeah, I think there's a great
Yeah.
benefit in it to have it.
It was a very effective way of keeping them, minimizing the contamination in one sense. Again, and as we spoke about yesterday, this year is a big year for waste management, recycling and curbside collection, because the contract's coming up. So this fall, we're going to be putting the tender out, and I'm actually looking forward to seeing what kind of submissions we get, you know, see what,
Yeah, that's good.
who's out there and what they're offering in terms of service. So it'll be an interesting process, maybe a little scary. I don't know I'm not expecting good news in terms of pricing based on the global market, but we'll see what happens.
I think the other thing that we have to take in mind is there is other municipalities out there that are doing their own, kind of their own process of dual stream, where they're actually setting up bins within their municipality for only those purposes. So I'm thinking about the municipality in Carden, they just had, where they've put a film, where they're allowing film to be put in a dumpster within, I don't know what it is, but they're specifically trying to do exactly the dual stream so that it stays out of the recycling, and you have a drop off located in the town where, you know, you don't put it out for recycling that day, you have a drop off on your own. I don't know what the cost associated to that, but these are the open thoughts about where other municipalities are trying to help with this discussion about waste management and not waste management of the company, but waste management in the sense that making sure things get into the right stream. At the end of the day, I don't think it matters, and my comment yesterday, I don't think what matters if the stream is the right. The volume is still a lot, and the concern is that the volume, what happens is in our particular municipality, because of the discussion to go to 2-week recycling, which had a price advantage to doing that, has caused a significant amount of recycling that would normally be gone, is now having to be stored for an extra week, and residents are finding they're not having the capacity to hold that stuff for a week without putting it in a plastic bag.
Absolutely.
So I think there's obviously the education part that Sean and Public Works is talking about, but there's also the capacity discussion that, you know, we have to look at when it comes to this next contract, as well as, you know, hopefully within my lifetime, the province figures out how to charge the producer for this stuff, and the municipalities start to reap the benefit of that discussion, so.
Yeah, in Europe there are programs for your pop bottles and sort of that, all bring it back to the grocery store and they'll take care of that, so.
Yeah, there's
That would
lots of
take a lot of it.
there's lots of out of the box thinking here. It's just a matter of the administration to do that type of stuff. We would have to take into consideration. So, thanks, Sean.
Okay, cemeteries on page 27.
If I'm going too slow, folks, please tell me. Kind of chipping.
Actually, Donna, you tell us if he's going too slow.
Yes, all about that.
Yeah.
It's Donna's show.
We're fueling the plane as we speak. Yeah, they're de-icing right now. So really the big thing, moved some salaries around this, we're into the salary allocation piece. Really the big ones that I should bring to the attention of council are, 5,400 is...
5,400 is Wingham?
Is Wingham, okay, yeah, so for, I should have known that. For Wingham Cemetery, under materials and supplies, I've got a couple important ones built in there. One of the things that's in there is a mini excavator. We rent one every spring because, of course, we have a backlog of spring interments. And the soil's still very wet, so it's not like we can use our usual Kubota and hack and grind our way through. So when they bring the mini X in, it does a very nice job. It's got better reach, so we do less damage and we can get more interments in a short period of time. So that's always in there. This year we went through the exercise of looking at what would it cost to lease a mini X instead of just giving the money to somebody else. It was close. It was really close. So we'll keep looking at that. This is the kind of thing we do look at. I mean, obviously, if we find ourselves in a position where instead of budgeting $6,000 a year total for a piece of equipment, we can lease it for that or less, then we'll jump at it. So,
Just a quick one, Sean, if you had that mini hoe, could you use that in parks and different places? So it would be something more, even though it's a lease, you could use it for other places?
absolutely, and that was the argument that the crew made, a very compelling argument, that it's not exclusive then to the cemetery, it's all over the place, but it's just understanding the pressures that we're all feeling with the budget. I didn't feel it was prudent to bring it forward this year, but I certainly did think it was acceptable to plant the seed. So you may hear discussion on the Mini X this time next year. So the Mini X is in there. For miscellaneous expenses, we've got our Stone Orchard fees, the BAO fees, like those are hard costs. But I think it's important to note that I've budgeted again this year for leveling of markers both in Wingham and in Blythe. It's something that if you go to look at the Wingham Cemetery right now, you won't notice it. You won't notice the work that was done last year, but that's a good thing because last year this time, if you went and looked, you would look at some of those big markers and go, oh my word, it was getting spooky. They did a beautiful job this year leveling the ones that were really critical. And remember, this is open to the public. We're asking people to wander in and out of these monuments. And some of them were leaning at absolutely rakish angles. So all the high-risk ones have been addressed. I want to keep moving forward if council authorizes it and continue leveling these things so that, give us a couple of years and when you look at our cemeteries, you're going to see that there's care that's being applied to it and the risk has been mitigated.
Is that why the cost for closed cemeteries is up so much too, like salaries and wages, or where does that come from?
No, the salaries and wages piece is, again, the way I'm moving the dollars around based on the actual
so
hours.
not for the closed cemeteries specifically.
Oh, for closed cemeteries?
Yeah.
Increase the wages there.
Yeah, I can increase the wages to capture some of the maintenance that's required even for the closed ones. Yeah, definitely, because there's actually the one in Blythe requires a lot more personnel time than we were appropriately capturing, so I just tried to bump that up a little bit to be representative. And then the other Stone Orchard fees are now incorporated in here, and they're split accordingly between both Wingham and Blythe. And just, I think we were talking about Stone Orchard, we're very, very close to being fully implemented now. Give us another, I think, 3 months, 4 months at the outside, and it's gonna be a completely functional piece of software, which is pretty exciting. When you consider 2 years ago, all the records were written on parchment blinds, you know. Yeah.
Would that be available online? Or we have to go to town here and get a fish? And
You would have to come here right now, I believe, but it may have the functionality to go live. It will be, sorry, Stu?
Yep.
Okay, then, yeah. Yeah,
I'm looking
but
for one. I'm looking for one.
the beauty is it's mapped
You
too.
feeling okay?
No.
It's for the cemetery day.
Oh.
Glad you explained that.
Food for thought.
Sean, the 4,800 in inspection and contracts, is that the additional time that was being made for Stone Orchard?
That's Stone Orchard, not the time, that's the actual fees, like the annual fees.
So that's the annual fees
That's right.
so when you said in miscellaneous expense, I heard that was in miscellaneous, okay, so that's not, the miscellaneous expense, that is the
No.
marker leveling,
I'm sorry, that's, miscellaneous expenses, leveling of markers.
okay.
Um,
And the inspection contracts is the Stone Orchard.
I gotta look at that, cause I just, in my notes, I may have double charged that.
And is the inspection, is the contract $7,200 a year? Or is it
It's-
48?
It's the 48 plus 24.
Okay, so it is 17.
Yeah. Yeah, cause there's, I split it between, Wingham and Blythe, of course.
Okay.
Okay, so now, that brings us to the end of the kind of public works related, big ticket items. Let's go into, facilities now, if council's ready.
We're starting with
We're
museum,
gonna start with museum.
and this is the building on page 51.
Nothing to do with artifacts or staffing or anything like that. And so really, we're looking at basically hard costs on that. We've got the monitoring costs associated with security. We've got the insurances, electricity, water, natural gas. That's it. So and there's a very, very small amount of wages because we do actually have our facilities operator. He goes through it routinely to make sure that nothing is untoward. Okay. Memorial, oh, sorry.
I noticed it went up $3,000. That was just because you moved things around sort of there? Is that what
Insurance.
oh, the
Yeah.
insurance, I'm sorry, yes.
I'm gonna blame
Go
Dawn for
ahead.
that one.
Yeah, sorry.
Sorry, and I did actually up the inspections and contracts a fair bit as well to actually reflect real cost for George and Dave.
Wages is part of it.
Wages is
Yep.
up too. So everything was bumped a little bit. Memorial Hall's next.
Page 52,
Not much on this one, it's predominantly insurance. And then I've got a very, very small amount, I got $500 in there for building maintenance and repair. Based on our agreement with them, we have to cover capital. So if there's some capital item that's a small issue that I can send our facilities operator down to address, he may need some materials. When it comes to any of the bigger maintenance related items, or that would fall under our responsibility with the lease agreement, I'll be coming to, I would have to come to council to draw on the reserve funds that we have there, because I don't want to budget for something in a fairly new building without knowing, so that would be almost in situ. I would have to, or on a case by case basis, I'd have to come and talk to you.
And then the other item there is the $50,000 transfer to reserve, which is what I explained at the start, is our kind of debt, not really a debt payment, but our contribution to the original $500,000 for the project down there. So I said to you at the start that $50,000 here, so we owe 110 yet. So this is 50 of that, so then hopefully we can clean it up next year, or, and depending, I might be able to up this to 55 in next round, so it's half of what we owe. So anyway, one way or another, I hope that next year is the last of that payment. Okay, so that was the other item there. Sorry.
Blythe Library, by the time you find the page, I'll be done with it. I've got the inspections and contracts
50?
is the actual rental, or sorry, the lease that we pay. And then there's there's $300 for cleaning supplies. And then Wyndham Library.
49?
Bingo.
I've got,
Sorry, Sean, I just want to add, that inspection and contracts under the library for Blythe, what is that again, sorry?
that's we pay.
That's the lease?
We lease, yeah.
So just to touch on that one myself too, then we talked about moving the library. The library is not a big expense to the town of North Huron, so it wouldn't be for financial reasons we would move it, just so we understand.
It's certainly not an owner's line item.
No. What was the next number?
49, page 49 is the Wingham Library.
There's quite a bit of wages tied in here, because there's a fair bit of hands-on, snow removal, cleaning, that sort of thing that's associated with it. So that's capturing that. The other big one is inspections and contracts, and that's based on the fire system inspections as well as the Weilers, like the cleaning contract. Insurances, of course, went up. Really nothing else to comment on. The others are hard costs, electricity, water, natural gas. Waste disposal, they pay a portion of this dumpster out back.
And the $15,000 revenue is what we get from the county of Huron to offset our costs.
Does
And
it
that never
change?
changed. No, it's
No?
not changed.
And just on that one, they only pay for one location. They pay nothing towards the Blythe, if I recall from asking that question last year.
No, they do pay for the Blythe.
Oh, do they?
Yeah, yeah, at the top of the Blythe, they pay, it's a weird amount, $9,996 is what they pay us towards Blythe, yeah. Okay, next one, Sean?
And sorry, I should qualify,
Sorry.
I really haven't caught, for the better part, I don't usually comment on revenue because it tends to be something that's on the track very closely. So you won't hear me talk about it very often, it's usually the hard costs I'm looking at. Childcare facilities,
So that is on page 28, and this is the daycare building expenses only.
yeah, this is building only. You'll see it went up by about $2,500. The cleaning contract went up a fair bit. I've got a little bit more staffing allocated to it, and really there's not much else, unless there's questions, there's not much else to comment on that. So if.
Sean,
Yeah.
are we with the new roof at the daycare, are we seeing any benefit to that? Like whether from the heat, whether it be from, like, are we seeing anything other than the fact that the water's not going in through it?
I was trying not to be cheeky here to say the floors are a lot drier now.
Like, I guess that's, I just.
That's a very good question. I'd have to be honest, I'd have to ask Val, get some comment on it, because I didn't really, I'll be honest, I didn't look at the trends. I'm wondering maybe she's feeling less draft or better, but I can certainly have a look at that.
And I think the other question that I would have is that, so I know they have HVAC units on those roofs.
Mhm.
I'm not seeing a lot of, I can't imagine those HVAC units being new, or at least close to new. but I haven't seen what the life of those is either, so I would be concerned about what the life of those units would be.
I may circle back to that comment, Councillor Sype, when we talk about the building condition assessments.
Absolutely,
Yeah,
thank you.
I'm hoping to capture, because I'll be honest, I don't have that inventory and I don't really know the condition of each one, so
Absolutely, thank you.
it's a very good point. Wingham Fire Hall's next. And again, this is the facility, this has nothing to do with Chief Bedard's discussion.
Page 10, and it'll show on this, you'll have the Wingham Fire Hall and the shared portion of the Blythe Hall, which is the shared public works building, so. Page
Yeah.
10?
Is that, are both on the same page?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So, yeah, Wingham Fire Hall, you'll see that there's a slight decrease because I was looking at trending and saw an opportunity maybe to bring some of the costs down that were being budgeted or being collected by, through taxation. So, slight decrease overall for Wingham Fire Hall. For the Blythe Fire Hall, yeah, for the Blythe Fire Hall, this is our best estimate of hard costs based very loosely on what we saw in terms of actuals for the ESTC. We looked at square footage and the amount of cost. I did split Public Works out of it, so this is the 60% of the 60-40 split that would be Fire Hall and Public Works. And in case anybody's asking, it was a very difficult mathematical calculation to get a 60-40. I counted garage doors. So, and we figured that was fairly close to representative. That's where the number comes out. I often get asked where the split comes from. And then the other thing that is in here is 1 month of rent of the ESTC. So, and this was based on our belief that we could be out of there for January 31st. And as council's aware, we're well on target for that at this point. Next would be the police station.
So that one is on page 13. So just I've noted here, just on the police station, I just wrote a note, vacant, not area rated, so that for the Wingham ward, you know that we're, like in the past, the building costs have always been area rated to the Wingham ward because it's been specific to the Wingham policing, but that is no longer the case. So just to be clear.
So for the time being, there are some hard costs associated with it because we can't just shut everything off and walk away. Although we did have a water line let go in the basement, despite the fact that the heat was only turned down. Filled the basement, we've got it dry, like we've got it pumped down now. But so there's still about $8,280 in hard costs that are associated with just keeping that shell functional. Heat is reduced in there. There's not much more we can do. Now the water's completely isolated. Next one will be Town Hall.
And that is on page 9. Midway down the page.
So we've got, I bumped up the wages associated with this building because we're finding that it needs quite a bit of TLC. Our facilities operators is actually doing a lot of work in the basement to try to stem the passing of time. So he's been, we've actually now created an isolated area for storage for records retention. The server migration is halfway done, so it's being moved downstairs. We're trying to get airflow down there because as council may have noticed, especially this summer, it was starting to get a little funky in here. And what we found is it was just areas where there was just no airflow at all. So anywhere where there was a partition put up that's not load bearing, if we can knock it down and open it up and get airflow, we're doing that. So lots of work goes on behind the scenes in this building. And then, of course, a lot of work by volunteers, as everybody's aware. It's just incredible what the theater group's been doing, both in the public washrooms and upstairs. building repair and maintenance. I did bring it, that being said, I brought the overall expenditures down slightly over budget just based on actual trends. I did have to bring inspections and contracts up, but that's based on actual costs. The Wyler's contract, Delta
Nine.
Elevator. Sorry.
Page 9, pardon me.
I'm sorry. You know, we've got, when you see the 26.5, I believe that's what it is in yours.
Yes.
That's Wyler's contracts in there, for cleaning, the Delta Elevator inspections, Georgian Bay Fire Safety, Truly Nolan for pest control, TSSA's associated with that. So there's a lot of costs that go into running a municipal center. So that's all captured there. And really, that's it as far as highlights. You wanna call it that? And that would bring us to the end of facilities.
Chris has a question.
Yeah, I was just wondering where the bat control is.
That's actually Truly Nolan. We just send Donna down and the high-pitched squealing scares the bats away. Sorry, Donna. No, and that's Truly Nolan is the pest control, and they've got a full-time job keeping them out of there. We're hoping that some of the work that's going on downstairs will make it harder for them to get in, although it's impossible to stop them. It's an old building. So next, let's go to parks.
Yeah. Okay, so we're gonna go to Wingham Parks first.
Sure.
Yes.
Wingham Parks.
Wingham Parks, page 33.
Okay, so highlights on this one. I've got a little bit of crusher dust incorporated into this because I think our trails are at the point where they need a little bit more invested. So I've got that on top of our usual miscellaneous fees, or miscellaneous. What else to add? I've increased equipment repair and maintenance just to make sure I've got enough to cover the costs associated with keeping some of our older mowers and that sort of thing running. As everybody knows, once winter control hits, there's no stopping, winter control, summer grass cutting.
So Sean, as you know, you and I had a walk down through there from one end to the other. And I mentioned the fact that we're cutting the grass, we're doing a great job cutting the grass, but if you sit down at any bench there, the trees and the shrubs, especially some of the trees that were planted by local people that they thought would be tended and cared for years and years and years, I don't think they've been trimmed in 30 years by the looks of it. And it's just a shame that there's no, correct me if I'm wrong, somebody, but you cannot sit on a bench and look out at whether it's the river or the soon not to be river, it doesn't matter. If you put anything in here for that, as far as just trimming those trees, I mean, I'm thinking of the one by the beer store, it's just ridiculous, it's so overgrown.
No, thank you for bringing that up, Reed Bailey. That's not a hard cost, but it's a major project that we have identified. In fact, we had our bi-weekly lead hand meeting on yesterday, and that was one of the topics of discussion. One of my personal pet peeves, of course, is that juniper's gone wild down there by the beer store. For 2020, the plan, we couldn't get to it in 2019, but we're bringing a Mini X or a small piece of equipment in to actually pull all of that juniper that's just taken over the park, pull that out, and while we're in there, try to reclaim some of this. One of the benefits of not being able to see the river from the benches right now is the fact that the benches are in awful shape, and we've identified that. So that's another piece that we're hoping to be able to capture this year. You know, there's some benches that we'll be talking about when we get to staff report pertaining to memorial benches, because that's tying into, or that's factoring into our strategy. And then the ones that aren't captured by that, we're gonna have to do something in terms of maintenance and some of the costs for materials.
Yeah, and nobody expects the Works Department to do all the parks in 1 year. This is like paving roads, we should start and never stop, a little bit every year, rather than trying to build up. Anita, go ahead.
Yeah, are you working together with the Horticultural Society or anybody, or any volunteer organizations?
We had some brief conversation with them, but we haven't, to be honest, we haven't specifically had meetings with the Horticultural Society. We have had a couple of meetings with the Trails Committee. you know, and they're more than
They could be
eager.
interested to.
Oh, they're
you
more than
after
eager to
that,
help
yeah.
us with the trails,
Yeah.
next year, absolutely.
Okay.
Okay, so we go to Blythe Parks, page 34.
Yep. Okay, Black Park's interesting one. Aside from the usual preamble about part-time and full-time wages and everything like that, we were approached by the Friends of the Village of Blythe. And they're particularly interested in, they brought a bunch of beautification initiatives that they would like help with next year. One of the big ones for me was the, anybody who's familiar with the community center down there, the pillars that you go through to enter are just some old concrete pillars. They're all askew. They're looking at yanking them, replacing them with some nice stone pillars, possibly an overhead. So there's some dollars that have been factored in for that kind of a thing. Again, it's first steps, right, in moving forward with that. So that's incorporated into there.
Which line?
It's under materials and supplies. That's why you'll see a fairly significant jump. And I've also got crusher dust in here because we were approached by G2G group, and they were looking for a contribution of some crusher dust for the G2G trail this year. And so I've tried to capture that as well. I think last year, we made some pretty good advances in terms of, I'm not trying to ring our own bell here, but I thought we got a couple of good steps forward with Blythe, with just the crew was able to go and paint a lot of the kiosks and bring things up to a little better standard, and I'd like to see that momentum continue, you know, in the trail area. Next item would be trailer park.
Okay, so the trailer park is page 36.
And there's really not much to be said about the trailer park. It's virtually status quo. Yeah, slight reduction in salary dollars because we weren't, I found that I overshot there a little bit, so not much to talk about there.
Is this, this is the Wingham Trailer Park?
Yeah. The one park that I forgot is the, EW Park. Okay, so the one thing I would mention about EW Park is we have budgeted
Page
for
35.
the porta potty. So it is there, under contract, inspections and contracts.
Thank you.
So, and in all fairness, after we, we tried removing it last year, you always look at even the smallest places to save dollars. There was enough pushback that I reluctantly put it there, and then I started watching it, and believe it or not,
It was okay.
there's always a car there.
Oh,
That some call it the Children's Park.
yeah,
Yeah.
you're talking about the latrine?
That's right.
Okay, good.
It's used. So to pull it, if we're gonna pull it, understand that people will note its absence. Okay, I think I can go to user pay.
Page
Okay.
23. And you're gonna start with sanitary?
Sure. Okay, so again, wastewater revenue, if Donna speaks to that.
Yeah, so in the wastewater revenue then, so this reflects our 7.1% increase that we have adopted for this year. And so you'll see some increases there. The one thing that we are looking at here, as Sean talks about, is capital projects for the sanitary sewer area. He has some pretty significant capital projects, and so we're gonna have to take some fairly significant money out of reserves to pay for those, and he can discuss that further as he comes down through there. A couple of things I just wanted to point out for both water and sewer. I'm just gonna pop this out here right now. So in comparison to the water and sewer revenue and expenditures relating to our water and sewer financial plan that we just adopted, a couple of things, I'm just jumping ahead before I forget, is in water,
when you're looking at the financial plan compared to the water ones, they hadn't revised it to reflect the revised rates that you ended up adopting for Belgrade Water, so that's out of whack. And then on the expense side for both, especially here in sewer, no, sorry, I think it's water, there was quite a difference in the hydro that is reflected. He's captured it here and he'll speak to that. So that's one of the, those are a couple of changes. If you're comparing this to the financial plan we just adopted, those are some things that are throwing it out of whack. Okay, so Sean, take it away on the sanitary then.
Okay, so as far as the sanitary itself, there's, Donna already mentioned the energy costs, and we've tried to reflect actuals. The one big challenge in here, and I'm hoping to have opportunity to sit with Veolia and then perhaps bring something forward to council. I've touched on it before. We went from January 1st to December 31st. That's our operating year. Veolia, because of the date that the contract was brought in, operates from May 1st to April 31st. It is an administrative nightmare from my perspective, and then to further exacerbate the problem, there's $25,000 incorporated into the contract for capital. So the first 25 grand of any capital charges they cover, and their definition of capital and ours differ slightly. That's basically materials that they need to buy. You know, so it ranges from gloves to generator load testing. Like, it's all over the map, but it's the way the contract was laid out. As you can probably imagine, the cost of running a water plant, the cost of running the water facilities far exceeds that $25,000. So what I've had to do to somehow manage this is incorporate an additional $37,500 all in for capital for Blythe and for Maine. And that includes capital that we would see Veolia charging, but it would also include some dollars for water main breaks in this case, collection system. So my hope this year is that we can, at some point further down, and I haven't talked to our CAO about it, but I'd like to have a conversation with council about aligning these two contracts. Is that just, I think it makes it very difficult to give you guys a representative snapshot of what it's costing in a year, and it's certainly difficult to track. But otherwise, so that's really the big things that were captured there is that capital piece. And I think Veolia's been making great strides in bringing the water, or the sanitary system up to a really decent standard. It's at the age where we're spending money on valves that have just exceeded their life expectancy, pumps that are worn out. We spent a fortune last year, unbeknownst to the general public. The one lift station in Blythe last year for Thresher's Weekend was down to one pump out of 3. All the other 2 pumps catastrophically failed in the course of 10 days leading up to. So on the Friday, Stu and I were standing out there with Veolia, helping them put together a contingency plan for the weekend. Things that happen behind the scenes, but that failure alone cost us, I haven't got the exact number, but it was thousands of dollars, which of course gets applied to capital. I've got the money in here to cover it. That sort of eventuality. Is there any questions on wastewater, or shall I jump into water?
The only question I have, Sean, and it's not necessarily for you, I guess, more for Donna, is so this transfer to reserves of $324,000.
Yes.
What is that? Okay, so this long-term reserve income, that is the income that's on every person's bill, correct?
So that was what used to be the $15 a month.
Right.
And then now with we added the percentage to it, it'll be $16 and something. So you'll see it on the expense, or on the revenue side, the exact same amount of money. That's how much we generate on the bills. And then we keep that capital money completely separate, so you'll see the exact same
Yep.
amount as transfer to reserve, and that's the same in both water and sewer.
So, you know, as I read this, that would then tell me that we're not, other than the 126,000 for all asset management, we're not putting any more money away for capital replacement in water and sewer. Is that what I'm reading?
Well, we're putting away this 300,000.
But we're not putting anything on, so what I'm saying is, the user is paying for that. The municipality is not taking anything else out of using of operations money to pay for capital, is what I'm saying,
Out
asking.
of tax dollars, is that what
No,
you're saying, or out of here? No,
Out of the operations of the water and sewer system,
right.
we're not taking any operational money and putting it to capital. The user is paying for all of the reserve, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, they're paying for the reserve, to build the reserve. But you'll have a year, as you can see right here, he has so much capital in here that we've had to take some money out of reserve to pay for the capital projects when he comes to talk to you about like those under the capital section. Is
Yeah,
that what your
yeah.
question is?
No, I'm just making it very clear that the user is paying all the reserve,
Yes,
and we're not budgeting anything from operationally to put into reserve to
reserves, no.
capitalize anything.
yeah, it's just that amount that we collect specifically for the long-term reserve.
Okay.
Right.
Yep.
Okay, so if we move over to the waterworks page, which is page 24. And so the same thing on the revenue side, it reflects our new increase of 7.1%. And again, we're going to, in order to balance off due to some of the projects, we're going to have to take some money out of reserves in the amount of 389,000. And then Sean, you can go through the expense side.
So as far as, thanks Don, as far as expenses go, so the big one here, when you go to Wingham Water and Blythe Water, you'll see that we've definitely adjusted that energy cost based on actuals. Okay, and it was huge. It was a huge change. Outside of that, it's the same situation. I budget under Wingham Water and Blythe Water. I got 28,000 under Wingham, 11,500 under water to do two things. First off, cover distribution repairs, distribution system repairs, and those capital charges through Veolia. But also I've got the road cut repairs in here. So this is the one place that water buys asphalt. Okay, so if we had a water main break, we've got a huge section of road torn up, that the costs associated with that go against the water, of course, not against taxation. It would be appropriate to do that. So, and outside of that, unless anybody sees anything jumping out, the contract's in there. The contract cost is the accurate one, which has been adjusted for CPI, which is embedded in the contract.
So if I may, then I'll just add a couple of things. So I have, increased the Belgrade, the Morris Turnberry amount that we pay to Belgrade. I have increased it. I didn't have enough in there last year, and then we've had this big discussion about that. I still don't have, as of last week, I don't have the amount that for sure that they're going to bill us this year, so I've estimated it at 40,000, but they'll hopefully give me that budget number shortly. And then we have to continue on with the source water protection. We have $11,000 in there. That's gonna be an annual cost. We've been paying it for years to Sauble Bayfield and with anything associated with that. And then both under sewer and water, March we wrap up our final CWW master plan. So there's still a bit of expense under water here. We have $17,000 that we still have for expenses from now till March to wrap that up, and in revenue it's offset by 75%, 13,000, and that was the same in sewer. So we're coming to the end of that big project, and so it all has to be wrapped up by March.
I had a question for Sean. I probably explained it to me last year, I've forgotten. Under the, both Blythe and Wing and Water, under phone, fax, and internet, $13,400 for phone, fax, and an internet? What, could you explain to me what is involved? It'd be line 435 and 4305 and 4350.
Oh, right, okay.
Just under phone, fax, and internet, the 5,000 for Blythe and 8,300.
They, I'll certainly look into that. That was based on trending, but there's a lot of data going in and out of those facilities. So they've got lease lines that are there.
Should be monitoring them, would
Yeah,
it?
they're all interconnected
Yeah, yeah.
and monitored.
Okay, that's what,
Yeah.
it's for the monitoring.
There's quite a bit required to stay on.
Yeah, okay. No, I just wanted to make sure that was the monitoring. That's what I figured it was. Thank you.
Donna, the Wingham Blythe master plan,
Yep.
so that's when we do the master plan for the rates review, right?
That was one piece of it. Like, so that master plan that we've been working on has been a 3-year project. So that included, we had the rate review, we had the financial plan, that's Sean's long-term capital plan. They're doing, work on, breaking the facilities out into components, they're matching, the whole TV camera work, all of that is being matched into GIS for him, and so this has been a massive 3-year project, and it has to be done in March. So each year you would have seen, like, so say for example, the first year of the project, we paid CT Environmental, is that their name?
Yeah.
Like $98,000 to
Yep.
do the camera work, so that was step 1 of that project. And then each year, so now BM Ross, we have them finishing up right now, they're taking and they analyzed all that data, and then they're now converting it into a format that we can use. And so then each piece of pipe then from that camera work, they're giving it a rating as to the condition of it and what the pipe is made out of and the length of it, and all of that we're rolling into our asset management plan. But then also it's gonna be part of this long-term capital plan that we're working on for you.
All of which I think is an excellent idea. My comment is
Sorry.
only that the
Yes,
master
sometimes.
plan, the master plan, if it's an every 3-year perspective or whenever we're doing a rates review, my suggestion would be to have an amount of money that's included in the budget annually. And then whether it doesn't get spent or not, then it's put into reserve so that when we have to do a rates review study, you can take it out of reserve and it's
Right.
there, as opposed to not, what, these particular projects that we're going to have to do every 3 years or every 5 years, my suggestion is that
Yeah.
from a council perspective, if we can level load those costs over the life, we're not gonna have these ups and downs spikes of discussions about how do we maintain this, and we then have a level load of potential tax adjustments or spending adjustments. I just think all the time we're thinking, is this a one-time cost? Is this when is this gonna come back? And my thought is if we can just somehow level load the costs across the board every year to know when those costs are gonna be there, the council knows that we've put $5,000 a year and build in some inflation into the cost, because we know the costs are not gonna go down for those types of things. So that's only my comment, because I think it would make it a whole lot easier for council to understand the one-time stuff versus the ones that we just have to do every 3 years or 4 years or 5 years, because we have to do it for a rate review.
So I'm gonna follow up with that. A year ago, it's been a year already, I had mentioned that at the beginning, going back to my old days on council and the fire department, we had a 20-year plan on when each vehicle would need to be replaced. So what happens then, you can build and it should still be there towards it. Could you please send out to all the department heads so what I'm talking about? That should be done for all half-tons, all plows. Start with your vehicles. And as Trevor said, he just picked out more that can be done. We don't have to wait 5 more years to do it, guys. Let's just get that spreadsheet from Marty and let's start filling it out. I don't expect it filled out completely, but honest to God, if you're running a company and I got 5 milk trucks running down the road, I know this guy needs to be replaced in 2022 and so I start building money towards that. not to say we can have enough money there for it, but even if we get it started, as time gets better, then we can filter in more money. But it's one of those things where none of us think about through the course of the year, and here we are a year later, and it's, so I'm just wondering if we could pick the pace up on that one, and if council's okay with that, I'd kinda like to see that short term.
Well, I can jump in on there. So, in the fire budget, Marty and Kirk are coming up next, but there is $100,000 that we've been putting away every year just for that. And so that started quite some time ago, so that is how we fund all of that. And yes, so Marty is working on that capital plan, but in a broader spectrum across the whole municipality. Sean and I have had all these discussions, so by the time him and I get out of here, our big plan is that, not today, we mean permanently, that our plan is to be able to hand you a tidy document. As we said, that's what we've been working so hard for the last 2 to 3 years since Sean and I got on board with all this. And we have been doing all that saving, and we've just talked about all the amounts, like that Sean is putting $50,000 in for equipment, and Marty's gonna tell you his 100,000, and so we're doing that already, but what we need to do is have a formalized plan. So one of the projects Sean and I are embarking on this year is to take a look. I have asset management money in the general admin, which I went over there first off. So we hope to speed this up a little bit and collaborate with everybody else and make a real good stab at this 10-year capital plan that, and I think some of it will feed on the building condition assessments, that report for the former police station that Sean's going to be bringing to you. And then we're launching into the capital section right now, so we're gonna be talking about that in a little bit more detail. But that's exactly our whole plan, and we've been working on this for the last few years, and every little wee bit of money that we can scrounge up to get put away for that is exactly what we're doing. But we need that formalized onto a document that you can pick up or that we can post online. So as I said, that's what Sean and I have been talking about and working on, and how are we going to stab at it, and all that sort of thing. So.
And there's a lot actually in motion behind the scenes right now, just without dwelling on it. Case of what we're going to talk about the BCA. Last year we introduced you to that, we were calling it the long-term capital plan, but it really, in essence, is a capital prioritization list.
Exactly.
Because you can't say, okay, here's 10 projects, we're gonna do this in 10 years. Not when we're paying $3,400 a meter. So what we're trying to do now is take that prioritization and turn it into a working list for linear infrastructure. So, yeah, so we know we can fund Carling Terrace this year. We'll figure out how we can fund Mill Street, which is the next one, however many years that is. And then what fits in between? Well, you've got rural road reconstruction, but you've also got resurfacing. So we have a document with all those priorities. We've got, here, you might want to plug that in. I'm currently working on the vehicle list. Because we have a pretty good handle on what we have for fleet and what its life expectancy remaining is. So all of these, we're going to talk about a BCA. All of these things are coming together. I just got an email yesterday. Veolia is expecting within the next couple of weeks to have the audit completed for all of the assets inside the water and wastewater building. So like we've got all the data coming at us. It's coming at us like a wall. What Donna was saying is we need to integrate the whole thing into one massive and very uncomfortable document, so that as council you know exactly where you sit. As staff, we know where our priorities are, and as the treasurer, she knows that we got to find some revenue sources.
Yeah. So and I don't argue that point. I'm just suggesting that if we had that list starting with a basic list, we could say that we know we want to put $5,000 aside for a half. We know in 2026 we need to replace that truck. So let's start building, because as Trevor said, let's get rid of the hiccups. And I think you guys have done a great job. We don't see big hiccups unless somebody, like, something like the grader that went, well, you can't help that. That was not time related. All those, having said that, maybe if we'd have seen the hours on it and said, okay, this is the life expectancy, then we would have been 3 years putting money towards it, knowing that that's it. Or instead of just saying, guess what happened last week? Anyway, let's continue on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so then we're gonna move on to capital, we'll go through that, and then we're gonna call upon Kurt. So that's the section two. Okay, so on to the capital page, as most of it is Sean's. Now, Vicki, are you comfortable then? There's a couple items then on this page that are yours, so we might as well complete this whole section as we move forward. And it's in page 58, the last page of your booklet. So all the capital related to all the departments is on the page 58 at the end of the booklet. So Sean's gonna start on the expense portion, which is partway through, so we'll go through all of his items, and then Vicki has a couple of items in here, and then that will cover off the revenue side of it, and then that will also cover off our capital page. So Sean, thank you.
Thank you, Donna. Okay, and as I go through, understand that this was submitted a couple of weeks ago. We started working on this a couple of months ago. It's a living document right now. So as we go along, there's a couple of places where sadly I'm gonna have to say I need more money, but there's a few places where I know for mine anyways, I've been able to get a tighter number or take a different approach. So I'll ask you to update the numbers that you have in your documents as we go. So Carling Terrace, really, there's no sense, I don't think, discussing it. That pre-budget approval was already granted on that. So those items, I think we're good with. Rural Roads Surface Treatment Program. This is really the big splash of cold water. The $45,000, Stu and I have had some discussion on that, and we don't feel that you're gonna get a good product for that. That's basically a single pass, and it's not gonna stand up. What we're proposing here is to do it really well. We spent all the money last year rebuilding that road. Let's hit it with the two passes now. So we're looking closer to $95,000 to do it. But then next year, all we would have to do is an additional coat, and then year 3, Stu, correct me if I'm wrong, just a sealant. Oh, it's just year 2?
Yeah.
Okay,
Once
so,
you put your sealer coat on there.
so basically, we're gonna hit it harder in year 1. That way, by the time we go to work on it in year 2, it's still there, and it's more robust. So that number really should be 95,000. And then moving forward, the only thing I'd ask on this next one, Wingham Sidewalk Connecting Link, Josephine to Amberley.
What road is that? What road is that for
That's
that rural one?
Moncrief.
Moncrief.
That's the one we rebuilt last year, so it's,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So the next one, Wingham Sidewalk Connecting Link, Josephine to Amberley. I would ask if council could just draw a line through Connecting Link, Josephine to Amberley. Again, this was early on, and we were thinking that in concept, we want to kind of come around that corner. I think that's premature because the building's not even up and running. We don't know how people are going to use it. We don't, so that 14,000, I'm recommending that we apply to other areas within the town of Wingham. And once that development is up and running and we get a sense of what kind of demand is on it, we see where the students are walking, then that's when I think we should come back to, I should be coming back to council with a well-developed proposal for sidewalks. I am, to be honest, I'm a little concerned, once the McDonald's goes in, I think that's gonna change traffic patterns, and I'd rather wait and spend the money where it needs to be spent.
And change that to Blythe and Queen Street to 25?
Oh, no, hang on, we're gonna get there. So the next one is Blythe Parking Initiative. This is very high level right now, but basically we know that we have a problem in Blythe with parking. So this is, and the right number here is not 35,000, it should be 25,000. And we believe that there's going to be some ideas come forward shortly to help address that. This would be a start That's not the be-all, end-all. That doesn't necessarily connect all the locations that need to be connected, but it certainly would provide relief in terms of parking. So, more detail on that one to follow, but if you can change that to 25, I think we're in good shape. Next one is an important one. House and dam security. It's important. I'm not sure it'll be popular. I've got $20,000 in here. Operationally, I am concerned about the risk at the house and dam. When we go by there, anybody who's been under it knows the condition. It is in extraordinarily poor condition, the bridge. I'm not talking about the dam, I'm talking about the bridge. Every time we've put fence up, people cut it, they're walking across. I'm not really as concerned about the traffic across, although it shouldn't be going on. The risks I see are more associated with people going under the dam, and they're cutting it to get under it, to go fishing, they're hanging out, they're there and they shouldn't be. In order to protect the municipality, I think we have to very seriously talk about security and how we can impede people from getting under that structure until such time as committee has passed a recommendation to council and council has figured out what the next steps are. So the 20,000 is basically some aggressive wrought iron fencing or some sort of an approach to stop people from being able to access this. Heaven forbid if somebody's hurt, I would rather stand in front of a judge and say we did this to stop people from going there and they went out of their way, as opposed to we said please don't go under the bridge with a small sign.
Go ahead.
Is this coming out of reserves on top or not?
Yes.
Yes.
Coming out of where?
Out of reserves that we have for the house and dam.
So could we make it look pretty?
Well,
Like, does it have to be a big mean wall? Can we just look, like, if you choose to jump off, you have to get way over this lovely, then
my thought was something wrought iron, you know, because any kind of page wire fencing, anything like that, we've gone to bigger mesh. They're getting bigger tools.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking wrought iron. You want through, bring your arc welder. You know, really, just something far more aggressive that would go across the front and then down the sides to make it extraordinarily difficult for people to get around it. And then, of course, we have to have proper signage. The problem is I can't obviously close off the high-risk area because now I'm in essence creating something that impedes flow should we get into a flow event like we had 2 weeks ago. But I'm just trying to keep people out from underneath it.
I'm just thinking there's a fencing company out in Morris Turnberry and I think they've done ball diamonds for us before. And
That's what's on there now.
yeah, I don't want that kind, no, I
They're
don't want
going
that
through
kind
it
of
like-
fencing. They've done it for me. They do actually nice wrought iron, black, and it's not any more expensive than what you are. But instead of having little chain links, there's this much distance between. It's a decent looking fence.
Maybe
You
should
can't get through it.
put some power on there.
Some electric power. Hey, we can generate it with the new dam. Anita, we can generate it with the new dam.
So
Cameras on.
there are companies out there that Stu and I have had some conversation about this that can do something that's secure and perhaps has a little better aesthetic quality. I mean,
I'd say we tender it to somebody in North Huron rather than,
Yeah,
or Kirby Thinker.
yeah.
I think my comment to it is that because of the way the insurance works today, we are up for a hell of a liability.
absolutely.
Like, whether it be 0.5%, as long as it's 1%, that we've shown somehow that we should have done something different, the way the insurance liability works is the municipality is up for the big payday if somebody wants to sue. So, you know, as much as I hate having to spend $20,000 on trying to tell residents to stay away from that, because that $20,000 could go, as we just indicated, could go to resurfacing a road in East Waunash. I think we have no other choice. And until the decision is made, I think we have to do everything in our power to make that sure that structure is safe from people not getting at it or on it, because that's the whole intention of when we got the engineer's report that says it's not safe to be around, it's not safe to be around. We didn't get that engineer's report because we thought it was an important part of not doing any maintenance on it. We did it because we know that there's potential liability there. So, I think we have to do it. I don't have anything, there's any choice. There is going to be, I will tell you, based on the knowledge that I have in the last 6 years, there will be hell to pay because of the $20,000 that's gonna come out of that house and dam reserve. I guarantee you, there will be hell to be reached about that. There will be comments come in from anybody and everybody that's saying, that money should not be used for that. That money should have been used for repurposing and refurbishing the dam.
Or
That is,
tearing it out.
or tearing, whatever the case may be. So I think we ultimately have to do it. The money, in my mind, it's there in reserves. We might as well use it, because if it's not, it's gonna go on to taxation, and that is it's gonna be another information that's gonna happen, so.
You know, all that said and done, Kevin's committee may have an answer for us before then anyway, and that we're done, it's done, that they can bring it before council, we can move on. So I agree with leaving it the way it is, and if we have an answer before then, maybe we're gonna go in a different direction. Maybe, yeah, go ahead.
If I may read, the only concern is regardless of option, you know, unless there was something quick,
Yeah, I see.
you know,
Unless Doug Ford is coming with some millions of dollars,
Yeah, the
where it's
wheelbarrow
not
of money.
happening this year, it's not happening next year.
And to qualify, it's,
Yeah.
my concern operationally is the overhead risk when you're under it. There's
Yeah.
scale that's loose,
We have to be safe.
yeah, and it'll be somebody who's innocently down there, you know, they figured there was no harm in going and fishing, and it just happens to be that time, and
Yeah.
the piece of scale comes loose and somebody gets hurt, and we don't wanna see that.
And if they don't understand that, they don't understand that, but I mean, we're still gonna move forward with everything we're doing. At the Roma conference, I think it was Minister Clark said that they are giving 90% payment for redoing bridges. You were sitting in the, and we were, all three of us were in there when he spoke to that. So maybe we'll have our staff look into that. All bridges. I don't care what bridge it is, 90%'s a lot of money to throw away, I don't care where the bridge is. Anyway, having said that, everybody's good?
Okay, so we'll carry on to the fleet section here, Sean.
I think I'll just do all mine.
Yeah, and then Vicky so he'll do all his, Vicky, and then we'll come to yours.
Does that work, Vicky?
Yep.
Okay, so as far as fleet or equipment, I do have 3 items in here. One far more critical than the other 2, although they're all 3 are quite important, that's why they're on the list. The 1-ton truck in Blythe is in horrible condition, to the point where we don't think it will get through another year's certification without fairly heavy outlay of cash. So we're recommending a 1-ton, and these trucks they're probably the hardest working piece of equipment we have, because they work seasonally. They're used for snow removal, they're used for day-to-day operation, for brushing, they don't stop. So the 1-ton we've got in there, we're looking at a gas unit as opposed to diesel, just because of the reliability factor. The other 2 items we're looking for is, as council's probably aware, our fleet of pickup trucks is in horrible, like, it's all aging. So we'd like to knock 2 of the oldest ones off the list and put 1 2-wheel drive pickup truck in Public Works and 1 for rec. And this would be just, again, these are 2-wheel drive, these are not meant to be the patrol trucks or anything like that. When it comes time for the Public Works patrol trucks, I won't come to you for a 2-wheel drive. Those guys are out at 3 in the morning, regardless of weather, to do patrol. They need that. These are the trucks that if the weather's bad, they're not probably out for day-to-day operation. Next one that if you just jump ahead, because the next bunch of these are Vicky's. So when we go to facilities, 2 things. I said 14 facilities, we're recommending 10. And the number is not 70,000, the number should be 50,000, see, so we're trying. I've got a pretty reasonable estimate on anticipated cost, and we believe that 50,000 would be adequate to do the ones we wanna do, and the 10 that I've identified are the big ticket ones. Town Hall, Museum, West Cass Community Center, Blythe Civic Center, PUC sheds, or sorry, Public Works sheds, daycare. You know, these are the populated working facilities, and circling back to Deputy Reeve Sipes' comments, the BCA would give us an idea of what we would be worrying about in terms of HVAC, in terms of roofing, the whole thing. So this, and I think this long before any decision has to be made by council, you'll have an opportunity for the next council meeting. The plan is to bring the BCA for the Armories building forward, and you'll get a sense of what kind of information you get there. Blythe Community Center roof leaks. We had an assessment done, and the 30,000 is a big step forward in getting some of the more significant ones. There was a lot of other smaller jobs identified that were really not necessarily best expensive taxpayer money. Council chambers carpet. I had it quoted. As everybody knows, this is probably, my guess is somewhere around amalgamation. It's in very, very bad shape. So we're looking at a high traffic carpet that would last a lot of years, very similar to what we put up upstairs, unless we went to a hard surface. So there's basically, call it reflooring, resurfacing of the floors in here. And then exterior, town hall exterior repair and paint. This is $10,000 that I've got in the budget. If you go outside town hall and look as a whole, the building is beautiful. But if you look up at all the high elevation stuff, the paint is in horrible shape. Up around the bell tower, around the very top of the building. You look at the windows and the wood is rotting off of them. So this is a huge step forward. A lot of it is the rental of the man lift to basically send our own forces up there to scrape and paint. A lot of it's just manpower, but it's because it's so inaccessible, it's been allowed to continue to degenerate. You know, last year we took huge strides. When you look at the upper level windows now, you don't see insulation batting that's hanging there. What you see is black because they put new backings up in there and made it look really good. This year we did all the insulation projects, so we've added 3 feet of insulation to the attic. We have heat trace along the back where all the ice accumulation was. So I think we're moving forward. The 10,000 is to continue with the facade outside. Okay, the next section is, if you don't mind, Vicki, I'll just speak to that.
Sure,
that's
that's
the whole
fine.
package. The next section on my little spreadsheet, I've got that highlighted in red. This is a nice to have. There would be a return on investment on it, there's no question. But it represents about $68,600 in light bulb conversion. You know, I would suggest that in terms of low-lying fruit, that might be one to talk about. That being said, we had strategic plan discussions yesterday. I'm not saying it's something that we would walk away from forever, but this is one that doesn't have any immediate operational impact. And then one of the other ones I wanted to point out was the Crickshank Park clock. I wanted to make council aware that staff is aware that the clock is only right twice a day.
Start and finish.
Yeah, at 2:15 in the morning and 2:15 in the afternoon, it is spot on. It's an offshore clock. I did some investigation into it. It's not a matter of, like I talked to a reputable firm that deals with these clocks, and it's basically, it's an offshore unit with old, I understand that there was a local fellow that used to fix it. I don't think that service is available now. replacement of the unit with a North American made maintainable unit is about $18,000. It's a lot of money. I did, at one point, Stu and I had a discussion about, you know, maybe there was service groups in the community that were looking for a project, you know, a ribbon cutting project. That's a nice one. It would be a beautiful addition to the municipality. If it doesn't make the cut this year at the council level, at least everybody's aware that we're aware that it's not working.
Could I suggest that you guys, on the main street where it used to be Vance's Rexall, there's a fellow by the name of Ernie Cook. If you go in that building, he's got about 200 clocks. Did you talk to him, Scott? Stu, sorry.
But didn't we, I thought we looked for him and couldn't find him.
No, not Ernie, we talked to,
Oh.
again, like, who sets the.
Yeah.
the
He
clock.
sets
Oh.
the museum
I
one.
think it was,
Conley, Doug Conley.
Doug
Yes.
Conley,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah, I knew we had looked at local, I thought it was Ernie, so we'll see if we can hunt him down. It'd
When
be
I run
nice.
into him, I'll let him know you're looking for him, but it'll take me an hour and a half, so I hope everybody appreciates.
I mean,
Yeah.
it's very obviously not working, and I would love to see it working, because, you know, to the person passing by, they don't notice it, but to our local residents, we're all very aware. And it just,
Ernie'd be more than willing to help if he can help people.
if it can be
out
fixed,
also.
it would be nice, and it is a big expense.
I think the question I have though is, we have a clock, we have a clock tower, we have however many clocks we have in this town on the main street, we have a number of them. If it's not working, do we need it? Do we need a clock at Crookshank Park? That is my question. I'll leave it at that. We don't have to the discussion today. I'm just saying, do we need it? So that, I don't wanna get into a long depth discussion, cause I'm sure after I've just said that, I've got 16 emails in my inbox.
Exactly.
So I just wanna put it out there
5
and
seconds
say,
over there.
yeah, and say, I think if we can fix it, I think with appropriate things, I think it's great, but I at this point, based on what I've seen, I'm not willing to spend $18,000 on a replacement of the clock. Not with the number of clocks that we have in the main street.
Yeah, everybody's watching us.
And I don't think operationally we're suggesting that this is a high priority,
No.
but I wanted it on the list.
Yep.
Public Works has slings, and they are capable of making things go away, but that's not something we would touch unless we knew the history.
Exactly.
Where's the other button?
Email is just drawn.
Okay, so the standpipe, we do have some dollars in there earmarked for design work. I'm not suggesting that we would touch that until we find out what the status is of the application. We, with much assistance from our treasurer, we finally got the submission in. We had hours with tech support, but we did get confirmation that the application was in well in advance. So now we just wait. I think we put forward a very, very strong business case. We'll just hope things work out. And then what else do I want to bring to your attention? Right here.
You said Carling Terrace, you talked about that, so then Mosquito.
Yeah, there's a couple of, I'm sorry, my notes are different. There's a couple of water and wastewater ones that I want to bring to everybody's attention. Pump number 4 inspection, Wingham. We did pump 3 this year, but it was not something that Veolia had given me a heads up on. They just started working on it, and it turned into be a very big project. These pumps should be pulled and inspected on a routine basis, an ongoing kind of a rotational basis. When they pulled pump 3, they found problems. They were able to rectify them. I've got pump 4 in the budget, and we'll just get, once we do 4, next year we'll move to pump 1, pump 2, pump 5 in Blythe, and back up, so that, and I would recommend that that's something that's done in perpetuity, that we stay ahead of our well pumps. It's the lifeblood of the community, right?
I didn't get that in here, Sean.
Oh. Okay,
Okay.
So how much was that for?
sorry, I was not supposed to be adding to the list.
You're not.
It's user pay, but it's
Right.
16,000.
Okay.
It could fall into operation too, it would easily be absorbed there.
Okay.
It is user pay, so that doesn't impact, our
Taxation.
overall taxation either, so that's important to
You
note.
don't
The next two
replace-
I'm gonna talk about.
Sean, you don't replace a pump every year though, you just meant in rotation. You don't mean everything.
It's not a replacement, it's a full removal, testing, video inspection of the
okay.
lining. You know, they found breaks in the piping, just a full video, very detailed inspection of the system.
Yeah, so that basically ends up every 5 years you check. Okay, I got it. I figured it. I got
Yeah.
it, guys. I got it
Yeah,
all under
you just hit
control now.
one pump a year every 5. So
Yeah.
every 5 years, you will have been able to say that every well in this municipality has been inspected.
Yeah, I understand.
There's 2 more under user pay, and again, these don't impact taxation. I've got a big one in here at 400,000, and that number is a real difficult one to come up with. Blythe wastewater treatment dechlorination project. As everybody's aware, Wingham has UV. Blythe doesn't. We got tertiary treatment there where the effluent is chlorinated, goes through a filter, and off to the receiving stream. There's been changes in regulation at the federal level that are mandating no chlorine discharge to the receiving stream effective December 31st of this year, of 2020. There's a couple ways you can approach it, and the problem is because it's federal, they haven't said, thou shalt do this, and these are the things you're gonna do to monitor it. It's very vague. So, met with Veolia and BM Ross on site to go over it. The 400K we're thinking would cover UV disinfection, but we think in all probability, this will be a multi-staged approach where we're gonna go to a chemical dechlorination while they engineer or find the best option for this. So the 400, I would say, is probably gonna end up, or quite potentially just go to reserve towards that project as we work through it. We know we can comply with the federal requirements chemically. So if we can't get solution on this through BM Ross, we'll just it'll cost a few $1,000s to put some monitoring in a chemical feed pump. We'll use a sodium thio or some product like that actually dechlorinates. That's environmentally palatable. How does that sound?
So could you make one of those shovel-ready ideas, so if funding comes along, we can apply for it?
That would be the hope, is, again, like I said, it's just so broad that, you know, they basically said dechlor. So, Andrew Garland was down, he met with us, and he took a bunch of ideas back, you know, because we looked at the physical configuration. It's maybe going to be a little more challenging than Wingham, where Wingham's discharge pipe was close to surface, Blythe's is 10 feet in the ground. So it's just not just a matter of a nice little UV disinfection house like we have out here. So, ongoing project, but you need to be aware, again, it's user pay, it's not gonna beat taxation up anyways. And then the other user pay one, which to me is probably the critical one, is Wingham well system control upgrades. The SCADA systems for the Wingham well, the Blythe ones are decent, because we've got well 5, which is fairly new. The Wingham communication network between well 4, well 5, and the standpipe is archaic.
This is a SCADA system.
The SCADA system.
What does SCADA mean?
Supervisory control and data acquisition. So it's the system, basically it's the computer and the computer program that not only starts and stops the pumps, but starts and stops the chemical feed systems and monitors all the levels and parameters and that. Technology has come so far that I actually I contacted a firm that I've dealt with up north that's grown fairly huge, got some budget pricing, and it's not, where this project would have been hundreds of thousands of dollars a decade ago, it's, you know, 75 grand. For a really, really tight, well-designed, well-developed system. So that's in there, and again, that's user pay, so no impact on.
You have your facility air exchange or under wastewater.
And I scratched that one.
Okay, so it's
Number,
out.
so that's off.
Good.
Does that not coincide with the fax, telephone?
That's the, oh, and that could have an impact on it, depending on what kind of communication architecture they come up with. You know, if they went to a LAN type system, it might negate the need for data lines that we're used to using. So, but that one I think it's got some real benefits.
Okay, so then if you go through the finishing up of the 2019 projects to complete, and then we'll go to Vicky.
7 more, folks, and then you don't have to listen to me for the rest of the day. 6 more, so.
Finish the expenses for the finishing up of the fire hall and the
Yeah.
public works.
Okay, yeah, so that fire hall public works building number is associated with the remaining amount that has yet to be invoiced by Dawn Construction. The remaining small amount that's associated with change order and the sand salt shed. Okay, the sand and salt shed is going to be a report to council. We've got a whole lot of discussion to do around that because it may or may not be part of an EA process, but we're hoping that it's not going to fall under the EA under the new proposed changes that the MECP has put out, so it's included in there too. And that ties into Donna's talk about the borrowing piece when she said the borrowing is gonna be about $400K. That includes, we got quotes already for approximately $250,000 for the sand and salt shed.
And that also includes Marty's money to finish relocating in the spring all the equipment.
Yeah.
Okay,
The
Roof?
public works roof replacement, I think we talked about that already, and whether that stands or falls is gonna be a decision of council, of course. North Street reconstruction, this is that second to last lift, and the sidewalk piece for North Street, because remember, we had committed to finishing up North Street to connect with the Rutland subdivision. So, first lift was down, curbs down, sidewalks not down. So that 30,000 is the second lift, and to complete the road work and the piece of sidewalk, which then we would have to be maintaining next year once we take occupancy of or take responsibility for the subdivision. The West Cass Complex humidity and condensation push is ongoing. That's just existing funds that I think we already covered in the transfer reserve discussion last council meeting.
yeah,
Yeah, so that's not something, we're not asking for more funding.
and you covered stone artist too.
We did, although there is a small piece of that would be, have an impact on taxation, I think about 4,000 of that, to actually get the complete job done. Blythe Hullett CAS procurement was discussed in that report. That's just a carry forward, no impact on this year's taxation.
And the town hall theater is the piece of the money that, the renovations and some of the things that the town hall people have, and that money is not tax money, it's money that they have raised and donated. So that's about what they're going to need to finish off some of these projects they're doing. Okay.
And yes, thanks for your patience, folks. That's about all I have to say.
Just before we go on to Vicky, would everybody like to take a 5-minute stretch, get a glass of water, or how let everybody understand though, the cameras are on. This is live, we're not shutting the camera off even though we're taking a 5-minute break. So please be careful with your language.
Yeah.
Son of a
Okay.
gun.
There you go.
How you doing?
Alrighty, everyone. How are we doing? Okay, so it's 3 o'clock. We seem to get. How are you?
Yep.
What we and it did up from last year. 450,000. Yeah. Okay, everyone, if we're ready to roll here. We're still on capital, page 58. Vicky has a couple of items in there that are capital items, so we want to finish up that whole page before we move on to Kirk. So then that takes all of Sean's sections. We've covered all the administration sections. Now we'll have covered all the capital sections, which is quite significant. And then we'll go on to Kirk's sections. And so then once Kirk's done, we'll see what the timing is. But hopefully we can do Marty, and then that would be a good place to stop for today. That should get us right around 4, I would say, or just shortly after. So, anyways, 58, page 58. Oh, that we're going back on the pages?
Which page are we gonna be on?
Yeah, page 58, yeah. Okay, everyone, so we didn't adjourn there, so we just carry on with Vicky. So Vicky's gonna go through, starting on the capital page 58 under machinery and equipment.
So under that section, we have boiler 5 and boiler 6 listed. I brought a report forward to council asking for the reserve money that was left over from last year to be transferred or put into reserve. So what it was is that we had budgeted for boiler 5 for last year, and then due to that equipment failure at the complex, we had held off on doing that project in case we needed that money to replace that compressor. So luckily we were able to do it, which left the money for boiler 5. And then the intent was to do boiler 6 this coming year. There's actually a cost savings involved with doing these two together because they're stacked units. And so if we do them at the same time, we're looking at a savings of about $5,000 because it will reduce the amount of labor that's involved. Because if we only do one of them this year, and then we do one next year, they've got to pull one this year out in order to do the next one. So overall, there is a savings there. So we do have some money in the $20,000 to transfer from 2019 into reserve for 2020. And then we have some money in reserves from a boiler rebate that we'll be using. So we are looking for it's a portion that comes from taxation. Sorry, $9,000 from taxation for that. The next item on there is the replacement of the stationary cycles at the fitness center. The cycles are 12 years of age now, and what we've been doing is as they've been breaking down or having problems, we've been sourcing out used parts to repair them. It has come to the point now that the maintenance technician has told us they're unable to source those parts because of the age of the cycles and things. So we are asking that those be paid per being replaced. There are 10 of them, so the cost of $2,000 each. We do have approximately $6,000 in reserves to go toward that. So it's $14,000 from taxation we would be requesting. The next item is the condenser. So I know you've heard me speak facility is aging. So, what's happened is we recently had an assessment done by Simco Refrigeration, and they've given us like the life cycle on all the different parts of the refrigeration system at the complex, and Blythe is in a similar situation. So this is kind of the first step in starting to replace that system. The $80,000 for the condenser is within the budget. We do have that money in reserves, so we're not asking for anything to impact taxation on that. Over the course of the next few years, though, you are going to see see more and more reports coming forward about some of these units and things. Now that we have this, it's projected out now for 10 years. We have a projection of these being replaced over the next 10 years for both facilities.
Is there a item line for the replacement of equipment for the fitness center, much like we were talking about with fleets and stuff? We know that it's going to be about 10 years. If there was money in every year, then you wouldn't have to hit. Is there, do you have an item line like that in the budget?
Through your worship, so there, under transfer to reserves, there had been money being put away, but that money had been used to apply for like equipment failure, like the treadmill and things like that. So we're going to try to take a more aggressive approach to putting away that money and saving for these expenses.
Now, Vicki, we don't know though, when will you hear back from the grant?
I believe it'll be in the summer.
Oh, not till summer.
Okay. And then the next item there, is actually at the bottom of that section. It's for recreation software. A few years ago, there was some software that was purchased purchase for recreation registration, facility bookings, etc. The contract is coming due. It's up for renewal. It has not been a very pleasant experience with the software, the use of the software, or the application. It's very cumbersome. We're having difficulty with it. Finance is having difficulty with it. It's not meeting the needs. It cannot do what we need it to do. We had some money left in reserves from the original purchase, as well as some other money from another project that was related to software and things. So we would like to use that money to come forward and take this back out to tender.
What your focus is, as we talked about yesterday in strategic plans, to have the online presence, and that's go ahead.
Oh, no, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, so that's what our whole focus is to be customer friendly online. We've gotta take all those initiatives that we can to offer anything that we can, so that the customers don't want to come in. They don't have money when they come in. They pay everything online and that sort of thing. So certainly that would be your prime requirements of what you would look for in your new software.
Absolutely. We do have negative comments coming from the public as well. So it's not only cumbersome for our staff to use, but is also cumbersome from the public standpoint, to the point that they won't even use it online now. So it's...
Anita wants to speak to this.
Yeah, Vicki, are you looking for a specific program for the rec center, or you want to be part of the municipality's website?
It's a specific,
integrated in that one.
It's a specific program for the recreation programs. It will have a link on the municipality's website.
Okay.
And things, so to make it easy, they'll just click on it and it will take them to the online registration.
Okay. That would be for all the recreational accessible.
So the concern I have with this is this was just implemented 2 years ago, 4 years ago, whatever the case may be, not long enough. What my concern is that what are we going to do? What process change are we going to make in the procurement of this particular software that we don't have this come up again. Because whether it be 4 years, it took almost 2 years to implement this thing, and to come back now to say it's not working is, in all honesty, a very frustrating perspective of council and also of taxpayers who paid the money thinking that this was, hoping that this was going to help and solve the world's problems, and it's only caused more problems. So I don't know where the functionality discussion resonated with, whether it resonated with Legends, whether it resonated with us. My suggestion is that before sign off or before something has happened, there's something in the contract that specifically here's the things this program needs to do, and if it doesn't do it before year 1, then we need replacement. Something. There needs to be some guarantee from the company as well as us that metrics are met and that we understand the functionality of this program and the needs and wants of the public. Because, and my suggestion would be to have people who have had a very serious complaint about how to use it, have them involved in it. Have them involved in what their concerns are. Because ultimately, it's fine for somebody in recreation to use the software. It's fine for Legends or whoever else is procuring it to use the software. They use it every day. It's the mom and pop who's trying to sign their kids up for swimming that has no concept of how to figure it out, and there's no support otherwise, because they're doing it 8 or 9 o'clock at night. They're not doing it during normal time. So I think it's very frustrating in the sense that we're back to this position. My comment is we make sure that we go through the procurement process correctly and make sure that it's very detailed to know that we're getting what we need.
I'd like to add to that too. It's only been 2 years. It took 2 years to get up and going. Before we bought this, did we not reach out to other municipalities to ask? Did they not give us references that we could reach out to?
Through your worship, I wasn't here at the time, so I cannot comment on that, but my understanding is that company is fairly new to Canada.
Okay.
Does our new municipal website have the capacity in some form to segue into what you need? Is there a section where
Through your worship, no. They do not handle registration or facility bookings or memberships as we sign up. What we will be able to do is, as mentioned earlier, is that we'll be able to put a link on there so that they can then go to the website to do the online registration and things like that.
That's really Reeve. Vicky, have you searched other software from other municipalities to see, what Trevor's saying, updatable software, doing what they need to have done?
Through your worship, we have been doing some preliminary investigations. I have gone through this process twice before in my previous position, in looking at other software companies. I did not have experience with this particular software company because it wasn't one that we had selected until coming here. But we have been doing some investigations. We've had some demos from other software companies. One, for instance, is from London, Ontario, and things. And some systems, there's a lot of issues with this software that we have right now. Some of the issues have to deal with how cumbersome it is. In doing what I've seen in my previous position, something that should take literally 5 minutes is taking staff 45 minutes to do in the morning, and things like just reconciling the cash flow from the day before and things. So it's not very easy to use. It's very difficult to figure out how to run the reports. The director of finance had us trying to pull out some information for even the HST audit that we're being undertaken, and it was horrendous ordeal to try to pull that information out of there and then transfer it over into Excel, and then trying to just have simple calculations done. I had, like I said, I've seen other software, and no software is perfect, but this one's very glitchy on top of it, and staff have really lost confidence in it and its ability to give us accurate information. That's another issue.
Mr. Reed, the amount of 8,500, is that just the licensing? Does that cover the training, the implementation, the hardware upgrades that you may need?
Training and implementation.
That's the whole,
In addition to the cost of just to provide further information to council, in addition to the cost to purchase the software that we have, we do have annual maintenance fees. We have fees associated with online transactions like credit cards and things like that as well. But our monthly fee for the use of the current software is running, I think, around $1,100 just for that use of that software, and we're not able to fully use it. So I hear what Councillor Sythe is saying, in that we need to do our homework and we need to ensure that we're getting exactly what we need. I agree it is a short time frame, but I have, after being here a year and seeing some of the issues and things, I do feel that this is the right move.
Yeah, I don't take personally what I'm saying. What I'm saying is we need to understand the issues, and we, in my employment right now, I'm doing the same thing with functionality of service system, that we need to make sure it works for us. And arguably, you look at a demo, and it's a salesperson that gives you the demo. So I've been very clear to anybody who comes to these demos. I said, hit them with a couple of things that you want them to show you to do that you can't do today, that you need it to do. And if they can't do that, God bless. Like, I'm not here for the sunshine show. I'm here for a system that's going to help me get through my day and not be a pain in my rear end. Like, that's ultimately what we have to do. And if we have to put some things, some platforms in these agreements and negotiations that says, if you don't provide X, you ain't getting Y. So I think we have to be more cognizant of these programs and give us some security as to, you're going to sell us a product. Here's the things that you have to sell us. And if you can't sell these, start now, because we're out if you can't. And that's ultimately, I agree. Not every software is going to be perfect, but the ones that you need, the ones that you have the wish list that you cannot do with 45 minutes of work, those need to be on there. And if they can't do them, sorry, we're not going with you. I don't care if you're 25 years in the game or you're 5 minutes in the game. So that's where I think we need to make sure that we have some backing to these companies, because after the initial implementation is gone, they're going to go like this. We're on to the next one, and you're not going to see a whole lot of support from them.
Okay. So through your worship, we will be bringing a report forward to council.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So are there any further questions on capital? The one other thing I want you to do, thank you then, Vicki. And so while I have Kirk coming up, I just want you to quickly look at page 57, which is the page before the capital. So an exercise we have to undertake is I'm just going to take 1 second to go through this, is how do we pay for capital? So I just want to show you on page 57, your total capital budget is $3,680,000. As we talked about before, we're using grant funding of $573,000, with most of that being our OSIF money to pay for Carling Terrace. We are talking about, you see the fire hall project, $399,000 for borrowing. That's what I'm estimating that we may end up having to borrow for the new fire hall project. You can see we're taking $356,000 out of reserves. User pay, as Sean had gone through all the projects relating to water and sewer, $1.369,000. We plan on using $321,000 worth of gas tax, which will now change because that $45,000 for rural roads is now going to change to 95. I think that's what you said. 95 or 90? 95. And then we're going to pay for through taxation, $440,000 of this is going to be paid through taxation, and then the balance of the money from the sale of $220,000 we're using to offset the rest of the new fire hall. So just to clarify, the fire hall project we're estimating at 619. 399 we're going to have to borrow, and 220 is still left over from the money we got from the sale. So just to make sure that you understand all of that. Any questions? At this moment, I'm going to say we're going to borrow internally because I'm hoping it doesn't end up at 399. The other thing, the other decision that you can discuss, which staff will bring to you, is you have possibly some other buildings that you're not going to be using that you could sell to pay for that, and you wouldn't have anything. So, but that's a whole bigger discussion. But that's another day.
Just for clarity, we're talking about the next set of buildings. It's not the fire hall project.
Sorry?
We're talking in the future, looking for putting another building behind for sand and salt behind the fire hall.
Yeah, fire hall, public
going
works.
Forward, that's just public works.
Yes. Oh,
just
yes.
for clarity for the public.
Yeah, that's right.
That it's an overrun for the fire hall.
No, the whole if the salt and sand comes in at 250,000 and we end up if that's what we end up doing, that borrowing will show in the future in the public works budget as yeah.
Just the name.
Does that make sense? Yeah. Okay, perfect. Okay, so now we're going to go to Kirk on page 15, and we're going to start out, Kirk, on your building department budget.
Sorry, I just another comment to this taxation part. I think the other thing that I have heard that might help a little bit of clarity when it comes to when we review tax, when we review either the actual taxation increase from ratepayers, that we separate what is taxation increase due to operating versus capital, because an individual may have a little bit of, they may be okay with the fact that they're paying a little more because they need to replace some stuff, as opposed to I'm just paying for operations and I never see any benefit out of it other than the fact that it just costs them going up. I've heard that in other municipalities. I'm just as a recommendation that council can choose to whether to accept it or not. My suggestion would be that we somehow, when we're talking about the overall increase in taxes, when it comes to that point, that we somehow separate what is increase in taxes due to capitalization of capital spending versus operating.
You may want to add into that reduction from upper tier governments too. I think it's going to be a big jump this time.
Okay, so Kirk, if you take it away here on page 15, and we'll start with Kirk. And are you going to talk about your revenue, Kirk? Or?
Yep.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you.
For starters.
All right.
I'm still trying to find that $100,000 where you mentioned my name earlier.
You're not getting $100,000, so.
All right.
Wrong council.
Good afternoon, Ray. The building department proposed budget in front of you, fairly simple and straightforward. We have revenue and expenditures to look at. Proposing revenue of 90.
Yeah.
Good to go.
Yeah.
Revenue of 90,000. I think that's a good start based on where your actuals are this year. I'm not completely done with the actuals, but it does look like a positive year for 2019. So that number looks really good, I think. The $25,000 under miscellaneous revenue, that is because we we provide drainage superintendent services to North Huron. That's an allocation, which we will send to OMAPA by the end of February, and we have to estimate the drainage superintendent activities for the entire year for the municipality. It's nice to be high, because that's what you're gonna get if we end up with that number. If we're low, you only get what you estimate for, okay? And, so 50% of that number is paid by OMAPRA, and 50% comes from general taxation. Okay, so that pretty much sums up our revenue, aside from the $5,000 shown for zoning certificates. Okay, I won't go through every number on the expenditure side. There are two large numbers there which I can touch on. I'm estimating $10,000 for legal. We do have one or two things that we will be taking care of this year, so we certainly need to have something allocated to that line. And the other, 111,000. So we are in a shared service arrangement for building services for North Strawberry. And just to quickly remind council of the particulars of that agreement, 40% of myself is allocated to North Huron, 50% of the building inspector, and 25% of the administrative assistant. You'll notice that number is slightly up from 2019. That is due to the fact that we only had an administrative assistant for 8 months in 2019, and the building inspector was only there for 11 months in the entire year. We come down to our total expenditures. We are showing a deficit. I have reminded this council that in the past 5 years you ran a fairly large deficit of roughly $250,000 in the building department. We are climbing out of that hole, as you can see, and I think you'll be happy with the 2019 actuals that we made based on the 2019 budget. Any questions with respect to any numbers in the proposed budget?
Is your software working?
Our computers are all up to date. We should be good.
Okay, so we'll move then. Kirk, do you want to go on to property standards next, or which one would you like to do next?
That's it.
Okay, page 16, property standards.
And fairly straightforward as well. We're going to show a little bit of revenue in 2020. Hopefully that does come in. You won't see any actuals in there. Hopefully when the next budget comes in front of council, there might be a few actuals showing in there for 2019 for revenue, not a lot. And so the majority are our expenditures, which is picked up by taxation as well. I've allotted some there for legal, for files that are ongoing, as well as we do have Keppel Creek on contract for bylaw enforcement and property standards, as well as myself. So the notable numbers of 6980 and 2704 is the contract with Keppel Creek, as well as mileage for that vehicle, which is his personal vehicle.
Any questions on property standards? No?
Must be getting tired.
Okay, so we're going
What's
to
wrong with that?
animal control then, Kirk. Next, at page 17.
Yep, okay. So 2020, we're proposing $9,000 for revenue. And again, I've got a report from the council where we are going out with a dog counter this year. Hopefully that starts in February as soon as possible. I anticipate that number to grow based on the actual number of dogs out there. And as far as expenditures, Donna did touch briefly earlier in the presentation about the dog counter cost being covered by reserves. So again, expenditures over revenue, but I don't anticipate it being that much of a gap once
gonna be really good information. It's been years since, we just couldn't find anybody to do it. So this will be good information, and we have a plan going forward to do it on a regular basis and, all of that sort of thing. So I think we're on a good path. So if any further questions on animal control?
Go ahead, Chris. Just to Donna, actually, this is just a general question. I've noticed it in other spots. Transfer from reserve is a figure, and so there's no transfer to, and there's a surplus. Why would you take out, well, why not only take out 4,000?
Well, so this transfer to reserve, transfer from reserve here is the $9,000 that we had left over from 2019, and so that's the money that we're going to use to pay the new $10,000 expense for the dog counter, which we haven't had that expense for a long time yet. So sorry, and so then transfer to reserve. At this point, that's what we were saying is that in 2019, as part of my transfer to reserve for year end, we know that we've got about $9,000 left in 19. So then I'll be bringing that report to you to transfer that money into reserve. And then in 2018, that's when we started this. We were planning for it. So I think you had $3,000, I think it was, Kurt, left from 2018. So we started transferring money into reserve. We don't really know the dog situation until near the end of the year if we're going to have any money left. And so anyway, we're planning on anytime there's any money left in the animal control budget, put it in reserves because we're only going to do the dog counter every
3 years.
3 years. So we're trying to save up for it.
So the other thing for councilors would remember, probably 2.5 months ago, we got an 11 by 14 full scat piece of paper that basically had a whole ton of transferred reserves last year, maybe not a couple months ago, but a year ago now. That is the discussion about all the budgets that have surpluses and deficits and whatever. Those then get moved as a one motion into reserve. So the transfer to reserve line in your budget on the expense is specific reserve money that department's putting away for any particular project. When it comes back to the end of the year and there's a surplus or a deficit in that particular department, then Donna would come back with a 11 and a 14 sheet of paper that seems like this big by this long and says, here's all the information that we have for the actuals. Now we're going to be, because of the financial audit, we have to make these go to reserve in order for them to actually go to reserve.
Okay, so then we're going to move forward on to drainage, and it's on page 55.
In my opinion, when looking at this budget, there's really only two numbers that we have to really look at. Under the expenditures, you'll see inspection contracts, that's $25,000. That's the same number that will have noted on my building department budget, right? Up with the $90,000 in revenue. So that's, we're just guessing at that's the cost for drainage superintendent activities for the entire year. And above under revenue, you'll see $12,500. That would be the grant coming back from OMAPA for half of that, 50%. We do have 3 capital projects that hopefully we will be completing this year. That'll be the Charter Drain, the Scott Drain, and the Rinslow Drain.
And Sean has that money under his budget, which is what he explained to you earlier in Sean's budget. He has the actual money in his budget to do the physical work on the drain.
So Kurt, when you say you have to submit an application to OMAPA, and there's no reconciliation process after the fact, what I'm hearing.
Well, I have to send him my drainage superintendent timesheets. So what we'll do is by the end of February this year, we will send an allocation form away to OMAPA saying that we're proposing $25,000 in drainage superintendent expenditures. Nothing to do with the clerk, because the clerk doesn't get paid anything for drainage.
You're welcome, Carson.
So, we're gonna guess at that, but then, right now, in January now, I've just completed all of my drainage superintendent timesheets, and there's 26 timesheets that I have to complete for each municipality, and I have to allocate my area, hours, to be reviewing drainage reports on site, doing inspections, pulling beaver dams, applying for DART forms, meeting DFO, etc. Those timesheets that I send in at the end of January are gonna come out of the allocation that we submitted last February. So the government basically has to earmark so much money for each municipality or drainage superintendent and make sure it's there. If we go over it, we're only getting what we 50% of what we allocated for.
But they're all
What I'm saying is
reconciled.
that, what I'm saying is that 25, so we ask for 25,000, we get 12,500 from the government. If your time doesn't, if all the time, the timesheets that you add up to isn't equal to the $25,000, are we sending money back to OMAPRA?
No. We're only getting, so say I only did $10,000 in drainage super activities this year, we're only getting 5.
And we get that money in February.
I'm not sure when it comes.
It takes a while.
I
It's,
don't-
yeah,
Sometimes
so,
a half a year.
yeah, so what happens is you, it's all reconciled, so even though we think he's going to spend 25,000, if he only spends 18 on his timesheets, we can only 18's eligible and we get 9. So it's all reconciled, but we have to estimate how much that we think it's gonna be, so they set that aside for us.
Okay.
Yeah,
But if you spend 30,
then we would only
you
get
only
the
get
20.
12.5.
That's right, so
Out of
that's
25.
why you wanna err on the high side based on the number of projects that you're gonna be doing when we know capital projects, but also, for maintenance projects, beaver dams, could be reviewing reports, meeting with landowners, common law problems regarding drainage.
Okay, anything further on drainage? Okay, so we're gonna, the last one of the day then, thank you, Kurt, we're just gonna do Marty's and then I think we'll call it a day. So Marty, would you come forward please? And Marty's budget is on page 10. And just a reminder then, Marty's you've already talked, Sean has already went through with you, the pieces of Marty's budget pertaining to the physical building of the Wingham Hall and sharing the Fire Hall Public Works building. And so Sean has already gone through that part with you. So Marty's going to talk about the fire, what we call the program portion of the fire department. So page 10.
Thank you, Donna. Okay, so starting off with the revenues, this year we still have the final reconciliation to do from 2019. So we just flopped the numbers over for numbers' sake. I guess the next meeting we'll have better numbers and we'll be able to adjust those, even which would adjust the expenditures as well. So the only one to really make note of is the revenue for the recoverable, which we budgeted at 90,000. The reason we increased it is because there was an increase in calls in 2019. And again, it's one of those crapshoots. You don't know how many fires you're going to get, and you don't know where they're going to happen. So we try to budget as close as possible. But just for instance, from 2019, the total wage payout of all the calls was $130,994. So then it breaks down to approximately 43,000 for North Huron, 34,600 for North Turnberry, 41,000 for Central Huron, and 8,884 for ACW. So again, we have some figuring to do with those figures once we do our reconciliation. So then moving into the expenditures, I then increased the wage payout from 80 to 95,000. So that reflects the extra costs. And we kept the
same, but that other portion, the 90,000, that's your training and all the other events and things that the firefighters do.
So just to be clear, what he does is he separates out the firemen's wages into when they're out on a call and when they're doing something else, and that something else could be training and those other things. So when they're out on a call, that is recoverable from one of the municipalities, and so then that's where these numbers are coming from, is that we balance. So as Marty was saying, the men were out, when you see your actuals in here, it's gonna be about $135,000. And then therefore up at the top, you're gonna see fire call revenue of the same, except for mutual aid is mixed in there, which is a wash, which is, we don't get paid for.
But everybody shares that expense.
Right, and ACW in 2019 wasn't paying their calls, they were still paying under the old agreement. So just to be clear.
And they will, going forward, be paying
On 2020, yeah, under the new agreement. Sorry.
No, that's good. Okay, moving on then, benefits. We increased that due to the forecast that we did in September. We were already over the $21,000 mark, so we had to increase that. And I'm not sure if that's based on the wages, because the wages are higher, those expenses are higher as well.
Right.
And then the clothing, uniform, budget, we just increased that 5,000. Again, we try to reuse, when we have a firefighter quit, we try to reuse the gear that we have, but if it doesn't fit that person, we do have to buy new stuff. So we've had a little bit of a turnover in the last couple of years, and that's where those extra expenses are coming. So I'm just going to highlight the ones that may have changed up or down. The training, we did decrease that. When we originally did our budgeting on the training part, we thought that the wages came out of that account, but it comes out of the wages account. So that's why it was over budgeted, and so we adjusted that for this year. The office supplies, I just increased that, just in case we have to buy extra stuff for the new fire hall. Phone, fax, internet, $5,600. The reason I increased that was because we found that the ESTC, when they did the budget, that they shared part of that cost. So this year, we weren't sure exactly how much that cost was going to be, and it's over. When we get the actuals, you'll see that expense is over. So without the ESTC paying for half of that, we have to up that cost. The lease copier, just the increases with that.
Your insurance is taking a big hit here too, yeah.
Insurance increase, yeah. Actually, I have a little less. I saw that in there.
Yeah.
Whoa.
We can talk further.
Yeah. Materials and supplies, I left that the same, but there are some expenses that we didn't have in 2019 that we're going to incur in 2020 for the new hall. Just like we have to set a couple TVs up for training and some of the meeting rooms. And also, there's other things included in that, is like the foam that we buy and just some supplies and things for the fire. The inspections contracts, that's 6330. I reduced that a little bit based on, that's my the contract with here in East for my services. I think the actual expense is going to come in around 65,000. Again, it was the first full year for that expenditure, and we weren't exactly sure what it was going to be. So, and then we also have approximately $5,000 in there. We have the fire flow contract that we have, and our IT would probably come under that as well. So, any IT services that are needed. Radio equipment is an increase. The reason the increase on the radio equipment is we had to replace the repeater in Blythe. We did replace the repeater Bingham here in 2019. We have to replace the repeater in Blythe this year, and we're also budgeting for 2 vehicle repeaters. That would cover off our communications. So some areas and some pockets in the North Huron that they respond to, communications is very weak and it's really garbly. So this will help considerably with that.
So what is a repeater, or, yeah, repeater?
Okay, so what it is it boosts the power of the radio. So if they're out on scene and they have their handhelds, right now they would have to go from their handheld to wherever the repeater is to the base. When you have a vehicle repeater, it'll go from the handheld to the vehicle repeater and then out, and it just boosts the power of the strength of the radio.
Is that being moved to the tower at the news station, or is it staying at the on the?
Staying at house. Yes. It's higher. And yeah. And from the new fire hall antenna, there at the new fire hall, it's a direct line to the mill, so it really worked really well. And there's no obstructions in the way. And actually, that's about it for the fire department portion of it.
And just to also to reiterate what we said before, you see there $100,000 transfer to reserve, which was how we save up every year to buy trucks and things like that. So in the past, when this whole new agreement got settled, we used to put away about 122, but the partners wanted that reduced. And so under these new contracts, we're putting away 100. And I think, and so you don't have enough for the next truck yet.
Yeah, so I can just explain a little on that. The pumper in Blythe is due to be replaced this year. With the money in reserves, this year, if you include this year's 100,000, it would be 376,000. Unfortunately, that's not going to be enough to cover a truck. We found out that minimum $500,000 for trucks, which is crazy expensive. They've gone up considerably in the last 5 years. So what we're hoping to do is we're going to defer the actual payment until next year. We are going to start the process, do the RFP, and get the prices back in. And we hope to award the tender because the trucks take 8 to 9 months to build. So then you're still covering in that. So it'll be 2021 for the expenditure.
But you've got a locked in pricing.
We have a locked-in price, and we know whether at that time it'll be 476 in reserves, whether we're going to need more. Yeah.
Wait, question to you, Marty. Can you buy good used ones?
Not really. There are used trucks out there, but you're getting somebody else's.
I said good.
You don't find good used trucks, fire trucks anymore.
And when you're buying a vehicle, will the partners kick in extra money or not?
It's going to be paid for out of the reserves. If we need extra money, we would have to go to them and ask for their share of that expenditure. So let's say in 2021 we have $476,000 in reserves. If the truck is $520,000, then we'd have to bump up that $100,000 payment to equal the cost, and they would have to pay their share if they agree to that. I would have to go to each one of them and make my presentation.
And if one of them doesn't, you've already signed for the truck?
No. We can do the process, and we can wait to make the award of the contract. So it'll be towards the end of winter, so in the fall. So I would hope, once we get that price, then we can go to the other municipalities and say, here's what we're looking at. Yeah, we're not gonna lock into anything until we know it's gonna be bad
coming there.
It's right. So, it's just the process that we have.
Yep.
And your other departments using the same truck? Or is there, like, you were talking there, we were talking earlier about, other municipalities up to 4 or 5. Is there any?
There's not a whole lot of savings to be had. I could look into that, cause I know Perth East and West Perth just bought 3 trucks. And I don't know how much savings they got because of that. But that's basically, Perth East and West Perth operates kind of like here East to North Huron, so, cause they share the fire chief as well, so. Here East isn't looking for a truck next year, but they are in 2022.
Okay, anything further on fire, Trevor? Yeah, one question I had is there was a fair bit of discussion at Roma in regards to dispatch and radio, paramedical kind of discussion on how hard to get real-time information out in the field. Is there going to be significant changes that are going to be required from the fire department with regards to radio equipment and how they're going to communicate with medical dispatch and paramedics and a whole bunch of other things? Like, what are municipalities going to be up for as it relates to capital equipment in regards to radios at this point?
I don't know if it'll ever be mandated with interagency communications. Right now, the paramedics and the police, they could communicate with each other, but they don't. They're on the same system because it's provincial monies. Fire departments are not on that system. The provincial government doesn't pay anything to fire departments. So I don't think you'll ever see that intercommunication. One thing that you are going to see coming down the road is our dispatch. Some dispatch centers have to upgrade for this text to 911. So they have to be able to, somebody does the text message to 911, they have to have the capabilities to answer that text and receive the text. So it won't be an expense to us. It'll be an expense to some dispatch centers. I shouldn't say it won't be an expense to us because they'll just right. As far as I know, our dispatch that we have right now, they're already moving towards those steps.
That's what it's on,
Right. Now, here East deals with Stratford dispatch, and they're not on a computer-aided dispatch system, whereas Owen Sound is, so Stratford has to upgrade.
Okay, so then, if there's nothing further on the fire, we're gonna go to the last budget of the day, which is page 11, the FPO and North Huron only. And so that is, the, section which covers our fire prevention officer and the loan payments that we discussed earlier that the Township of North Huron is making, for the payouts of the, fire equipment when the board's dissolved. So Marty, if you just want to talk about the fire prevention officer?
Not a whole lot of change on this one at all. The only couple things that changed were the wages. There's of course the 1.5% increase, and we increased the training from 800 to 1,000. He's indicated that he wants to take a few more courses.
And so then under fire calls, so this is where North Huron pays our fire calls into, well, to the fire department. So as we said, ACW, everybody has to budget. So this fire department is kind of the budget, first budget is kind of the partner's budget. And then everybody individually has to pay that, that $90,000 in fire revenue. This is our share of that. So Marty hasn't increased us because we were
so when I'm going, okay, 43, so I'm gonna be, when I bring you that transfer to reserve report, I wanna put the 7 from last year away. We've kept this at 50, but we want to, as the other partners have found out, they didn't budget enough for this year. So if we don't wanna have that happen, we wanna also create a fire call reserve, so that if we got a year where we got a whole bunch of calls, so that's how we're gonna handle that one. So is there any questions on this budget then?
So Dawn, just so I'm clear.
Yes?
In the FPO budget,
Yes.
6330, the 50,000, it is included in line 5290, which says revenue from fire calls.
That's right. So our share is 50, Central Huron is 20, and each other to add up to 19.
Okay.
That's right. Okay, so there's nothing further on that. I lied. We're gonna quickly go to page 18, and this will be the very last one. This is emergency planning. So I thought I better mention it, Marty, when you're here. So that budget hasn't changed. It's $4,000. You all participated in the exercise, I believe. Those are the only expenses that you have once a year. We're required, page 18, you're required to do the emergency planning exercise once a year, and that's the expenses related to that. And it hasn't changed from the previous year.
And that would have been the one that you, Reeve, and myself sat in. That's the disaster scenario.
Okay, any questions? We've had a big day today, and I'd like to thank you for your attention. I think we made really good progress today. So on the 20th, as I said, under next steps, so we're going to be calling upon Valerie to do hers, Vicki to do hers. By then, we'll have the Maitland Valley Conservation numbers. We'll have the economic development and planning and development and police. So I think that will clean us up. We won't be as long on the 20th going through the rest of the budgets, but we'll spend the rest of the time on what does that mean. So just as some targets and things, as I said, for us, we're going to go back and what we will do is we won't be making any changes to the totals until Vicki and Val and them are done presenting, but then we'll show you what cuts and things we've sort of changes we've made and how that correlates, and then we need to know kind of where your thoughts are. But just quickly, I guess, I explained to you that, 5.3 was what would cover all those new things, meaning the challenges that we had. And so I guess I'm just kind of wondering in general if you wanted to throw out any sort of percentages that we need to target, or do you have any thoughts right now? Or
Just,
wait till
before we go there, Don, you said
Yeah.
5.3. I just did my quick calculations, coming a little higher. 5.3 is added to taxation. It will have to add to taxation, not including what we're taking from reserves, et cetera, et cetera.
The 5.3 is what is the
Spending.
new.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, 5.3 in spending is that list of new stuff, meaning our increase in insurance, losing OMPF, the increase in the economic development, or no, not in economic development, the leasing, and there was one other item on my little slide. So that alone, the cost of living in the grid limits.
Yeah, I was just calculating this based on the conversation we had. So let's go around the table. So Paul, how do you, go ahead. Paul, what do you think so far?
Much better than last year. I see where the asset management is, I'm starting to sort of wrap my head around it, and I see where it's a must. By hearing each of the senior management talk, and I see it's real win-win for them for their planning and so. So what the number is, I just like to see it as cheap as possible, but I know things are going up, so that's all I can say.
Personally, yeah, I think 5 and 3 is quite achievable to go to the next round. Just you still have to see how that shakes down into what each start with 5.3 than the 18 we were looking at the last time we looked at this. So. Good job.
Sorry. I actually prefer not to talk about the spending. I'd rather get taxation and then discuss, once I know what taxation is, what the change in taxation is, then we go back to the discussion about if there's something that we need to cut. Because spending means absolutely nothing. It really does. It means nothing, and it gets confuddled in the fact of what taxation is. And I guarantee there will be a news article tomorrow that'll be 5.75%. I guarantee it, and then it'll be all hell breaks loose. So I think ultimately my point is I would rather not talk about spending. I'd rather talk about what the end taxation goal is when we get to that part.
Well, fast on that grant, I agree with that. Well, I didn't want to say ditto.
I understand the 5.3 or the 18 or whatever the increase in spending is, but I want it related to taxes.
Yep.
And so at what point can you give us a snapshot of that?
Next, and I can until next time, until we get through, we'll go through all the budgets, and then I can give you that snapshot.
Yeah, I've always argued with you about, well, you want to look at, well, it costs this much more for your taxes. No, I want to see the percent, because that's how people look at it. So it's an important factor to consider. But this 5.3 of increase in spending, it is definitely lower than last year. So, I guess so far so good.
Good. No, thank you very much. It's very clear, very clear where everybody wants to go, and yeah, we'll go into the community and specifically, there's room for all kinds of things. That's right.
Actually, Bill, I actually have a question for you. There was a news article about the county has preliminary approval.
Yeah.
When do the 9 municipalities think that they'll get a number from the county?
Unless something happens, your number's gonna be negative 1.55.
On the tax.
On the tax rate, negative 1.55.
But that was, what did you say, 8% spending increase?
Yeah. It's how you formulate where you got the money from the spending.
But it's because of the difference between assessment versus spending. Assessments goes up, spending could stay relatively up, but you could still have a tax rate that goes down.
So Don, I'm just going to touch on a couple of things. I think we have to, I'm looking at page 57 here and did some rough figuring, and we have to recalculate, I believe, what we're going to take out of taxation, whether that's cutting some of the things we're working on, borrowing, which I'm against, or using reserves, which I'm not sure how we can do that. So I want staff to go have a very good hard look at what everything's going on, because I'm pulling this in pretty high now. The one thing I didn't see is any spending on Hutton Heights project and how we're going to deal with that. I'm not sure if that has an effect on our tax. I would think it would in one way or another. I've been pretty clear all along the $500,000 that Mr. Ford was kind enough to give us. I would like to put towards that project, but it'll help. But if I'm doing my figures right here, we're going to have to shave this pretty good yet to come down to a taxable rate where our ratepayers will be happy. Having said that, we still have to supply everything we should. I'm not sure if Dwayne wanted to talk to Hutton Heights and.
Well, we never got through the whole budget, and there is money in the economic development budget that we'll talk about on February 20th.
Yeah.
Okay.
One question, we did ask staff to come back with say a plan for the modernization. Did we not?
No.
Did we not ask staff to come back with how they would spend it? No?
Well, yeah, and sorry, all the discussions have been for Hutton Heights, so.
I know, it has been.
Yeah.
I agree. But I thought that we had
Sorry,
another
Chris.
discussion.
Sorry, Chris, were you asking? Yes.
So it is about, I wanna direct that, we want to direct that towards the Hut Height, and that's what we asked the staff to do, to start working on how we're gonna pay for Hut Heights, whether it's selling it as a project, there's dozens of ways we can do it, and we found another way at Roma. So, no, I just wanna make sure that that everybody's aware that that is part of our taxation, that's part of where we're going, and yes, it's gotta be user pay and all that, and somehow we have to get there. So long as we're gonna have that conversation and we don't, I'm worried about a month from now going, oh, that should have been in the budget, so I'm just bringing it up. Go ahead, Kevin.
Future council meeting, will that be a special meeting, full meeting, how?
I think that and another subject should be in camera, cause it could end up being, contract negotiations, but we'll let our staff decide how to keep us on the legal footing on that. But it will be coming up shortly.
And just to clarify, I did prepare a report, and on the modernization, I did prepare a report on a whole bunch of ideas that the staff had. But then when we got talking about it, and Hutton Heights was council's priority, so we just we didn't do anything further with that report.
So Chris, there was a report that was brought to the council
Neither
that
was.
talks about what staff thought about the modernization fund and where it should go. That report was received for information purposes only. There's no direction as it relates to that report as to go and say, yes, we're gonna accept that, or no, we're gonna accept
No,
that.
sorry, just to correct, it didn't
We didn't
make it
see
that
it.
far.
No, we seen something.
We didn't.
Through you, your worship, so, we had the funds there, staff, developed, a list of projects that we could put it forward, and then at the time, the direction we received was that this is something we should put on hold till this budget process
Yeah.
now.
Oh, was that okay?
Yeah.
Maybe that was in one of these council
Yeah.
discussions.
Yes.
Right, so
I
the
can never
direction we
keep
received
these
from the
straight.
region deputy
I
was
thought there
to
was.
hold off till these 2020 budget deliberations, see where we're at after the first year and once the strategic plan and all that is complete. So at some point in this budget process, we will need to, as a council, will have to make a determination on what to do with those funds.
And I would recommend that report come when we're reviewing the economic development budget. I think that discussion has to be done during that discussion.
Yep.
An open session that says, here it is, this is what we wanna think we're gonna do with it. Is council accepting to that?
Is council good with that?
Yes.
Okay, let's have it then, later out in the open.
Excuse me, like, that's the report that you worked on, it'll come before us then? Is that what I'm hearing or not?
Yeah, well, we'll have to revise it now, but because you actually dealt with some of the pieces out of it already. So, yeah.
Of what money's left.
Yeah.
Of what the money's left and how we as council wanna direct staff and how to spend that money. Cause right now, there is no plan to spend that.
That's right.
So we need to design a plan
Exactly.
and advise council, advise staff.
Someone's comes before.
Yep, we will.
Sure.
So, Donna, thank you very kindly.
Thank you, guys.
You enjoy your trip.
I don't know where you're going next, but.
We're closing the airport.
This is just on the phone.
We're gonna carry on with number 5 now. The next meeting, the next budget meeting is tentatively scheduled for Thursday, February 20th, 2020 at 9 a.m. here in the council chambers.
Is that anticipated to be a full? God, I hope not. My employers need to go as well.
It would definitely be a half day.
Half day.
Would you rather have the afternoon?
That's, no, it just, I need full days of my vacation are getting eaten up pretty quickly.
I'm sure.
Your wife understands.
Yes.
Okay. Number 6 is confirmatory bylaw number 09/2020 being a bylaw of the Township of North Huron to adopt, confirm, and ratify matters dealt with by the Council of Township of North Huron. Do I have a mover? I have Kevin. Do I have a seconder? I have Chris. All in favor? Carries. Adjournment to the Council of Township of North Huron, that there being no other further business before council, the meeting is hereby adjourned at 4:10, and I have Rick and I have Kevin, and it's all hands up.
Thank
Thank you, everyone. Great day.